Obviously, we don't have everyone around the table today, but happy for those who could make the trip to New York today, and looking forward to a productive meeting here in New York. And thanks to those who are joining us online. We can see you in the room here on the very many screens that we have. The IFAC space looks a little bit different than it did in March 2020 when we were last here, and those who are in the room will notice that it's been optimized for these types of meetings. So we're looking forward to taking advantage of it this week for a meeting. For those in the room, I just want to remind everybody that it's very important that you turn your microphone on and speak directly to it. The cameras in the room will orient to the microphone that's on, so when you're done speaking, you also have to switch it off. We don't have much other administrative yet, but we'll probably have updates throughout the meeting. It's the first time we're meeting in person in a couple of years, and it's a lot different. So please be patient. We're doing our best to deliver a good meeting experience for those in the room and those online. And but there's bound to be a few kinks that we have to iron out through the week. So with that, I think we'll get started. And thanks again, everybody. We're really looking forward to being back.
So thanks, Ross. Good morning, everybody. It is a huge pleasure to be back in New York. It's been a very long 2 years, I think, for all of us, and certainly the world feels a very different place to how it felt when we were here 2 years ago. And I think that's not only because of the pandemic, but obviously it's also sadly because of the recent events in Ukraine. I think we've each faced our own challenges, and we've had our own personal journeys through the last 2 years. But I think what I see above all is that IPSASB's kept going because of the power of our collective endeavour. It really has been a team effort from everybody. And I'd like to thank you all, members, staff, technical advisors, observers, for playing your part in the huge achievements. And I think they are huge achievements for the fact that we had to pivot to virtual operation 2 years ago. So, I would just like to say thank you and actually, record the fact I think we have collectively really achieved a huge amount. Obviously, sadly, we're not through this yet. And certainly, we're doing our best to return to physical operation, physical meetings, but clearly challenges do remain. And as Ross has said, please do bear with us in terms of the operation of this meeting. Unexpected things will emerge, have emerged. So, please do bear with us. But having said that, I would just like to recognise the efforts of those who've actually managed to be with us here in person. Thank you all. I know, there's been a lot of challenges just in terms of negotiating, getting on flights, getting tested, and so on. And I think, thank you everyone for making it here. Also, thank you to at least one board member who I know tried to be here and was prevented because of, team illness and so on back home. That was a fairly last minute thing, but I think, it has been a huge achievement. I'd particularly like, though, to thank Leah and Vanessa and the IFAC staff. There's just been a huge amount of work that has gone into actually getting us actually here today, and in keeping us all as safe as possible. So I really would like to just to say thank you to that. And I'm not sure if we're allowed to do a round of applause, but I think and I suppose last but not least, I suppose I'd just remark that last week, Ross and I had the pleasure of being able to attend the 22nd OECD Financial Management and Reporting Working Party in Paris. I think any doubts I had about the effect of actually just being in the same place as colleagues were just certainly dispelled by that. It was an absolute pleasure to be able to interact with people, and people that you'd only seen on screen for the last couple of years, and remember that they were actually real people and that you really enjoyed actually being with them. And above all, you didn't have to remind them to say you're on mute. So with that, I think, I thought it was just worthwhile just marking the occasion. So thank you, everyone. And I think without further ado, we move into the meeting proper. In terms of moving then into item 1, I'd like to welcome John Blondell from the Public Interest Committee. So thank you, John, for making the trip over, and John's going to be with us today and also tomorrow with the board in its private session on sustainability reporting. We have Angela Pazar. Hi, Angela, who is with us virtually. Angela is the IPSASB link with the nominating committee. So she interviews for new members with me, but also, as you'll recall, she also, as part of the nominating committee's work, observes one of our meetings each year, generally the March meetings. So Angela will be with us for 4 out of the 5 days, not for the private session tomorrow. And finally, we have another member of the IPSASB staff to welcome, Agustina, I think, is that right? Ross, perhaps you might just want to say a word or two about her.
Yes, so happy to announce that as of March 7th, we've got a new staff joining us, Agustina Lamba, who's joined us and couldn't make it to this meeting, but we're hoping to get her down for June so everyone can meet her. She's coming to us she's already based in Toronto, and she's working at one of the big Canadian banks there in a policy role. But she's originally from Argentina and has fluent Spanish skills, which we're looking forward to taking advantage of in our outreach and our engagement with stakeholders. So we're very happy to welcome Agustina to the team and hope that everyone gets the opportunity to meet her in the coming months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ross, and we'll look forward to working with you going forwards. Okay, so then moving on to the minutes from the December meeting. Any comments on those? And this is the first time I've had to try and scan both the room and the screen to see if there are any raised hands. So seeing none, we approve the minutes of the December meeting. And then we have the draft minutes of the February 2021 meeting. Any comments? Okay. So seeing none, we approve those. Then we come on to 2 items, the IFRS IPSAS alignment dashboard and the IPSAS ISS alignment dashboard. And both of those items will actually be covered during the meeting. There are developments in both of those. So I think, Ross, you're going to pick up the IPSAS IFRS dashboard, and then we have a session later on in the week with João, who will talk to us about the updates of the International Statistical Standards. That's what ISS stands for in this context, and what's going on in that space. And that is a newly reformatted document. So João will take you through that. And then the final item is the report on activities and communication. And again, just to thank everyone for actually keeping going with this. It is a really important activity. And I think people have kept going with that very well through the pandemic, where obviously a lot of the activity has required to be virtual, but I think it underlines the importance of that activity as well in terms of the increasing levels of adoption and implementation of the standards around the world. And that was certainly something that came up for discussion in the meeting with the Public Interest Committee that we had in Paris last week, which I think is a seamless segue, if I may, to handing over to John Blondal. John has been a long-standing supporter of our work, both as one of the co-chairs of PIC over the last 7 years, John, now, I think, but previously in various different capacities. John, we thank you very much for everything that you've been doing on our behalf, also to your fellow co-chairs from IMF, World Bank and IPSASB, and perhaps hand over to you now to report on PIC's activities and the very stimulating discussion that we had last week, again in person in Paris, I'm happy to say. So John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian, and it is a great pleasure to be here in person. I think I have, well, some of you are brand new, but I have met many of you in person prior to the 2 years, but there are many people that I'm meeting for the first time, and it is very, very different. Just sort of before I start, sort of just to highlight what Ian mentioned, that sort of if we go back 2 years, you were meeting here in New York right on the onset of the crisis, and it was similar to us. Ian mentioned the OECD meeting that took place last week. That essentially marked the reopening of the OECD after a 2-year period, because this very meeting 2 years ago in Paris, which was also the week before your meeting in New York, essentially marked the closing of the OECD for a 2-year period. But it was wonderful to see everyone in person, and there was no adjustment. People were as if the past 2 years had been forgotten, and it was back to business as usual. So it's sort of very inspiring to see that. If I just briefly go to the next one, please. So just to remind some of you, Ian already did this, that the membership of the Public Interest Committee is representatives from the IMF, from the OECD, from the IPSASB, which is represented by the French Supreme Audit Institution, and the World Bank. We meet quite regularly. We had our last meeting in Paris on Monday last week. So part of us were there in person and part of us were there virtually, but it was very nice. Previous to that, we have been meeting virtually for the past 2 years. We've actually been meeting more frequently than we normally do during the virtual period, but shorter meetings each time. So I am here on behalf of my colleagues on the Public Interest Committee. Next slide, please. Now, also just to remind people of the Public Interest Committee and its origins. This will be familiar to many of you, but I think it is worth repeating. The very reason that the Public Interest Committee exists is that there was concern that unique among all standard setting bodies, there was no oversight body for the for IPSASB. And some jurisdictions cited this as one of the reasons that they were not implementing IPSAS, that there was not a proper governance arrangement to this. The value, of course, of IPSASB was recognized by all, and there was a group formed to propose a new governance regime, an oversight regime for IPSASB. That resulted in the creation of the Public Interest Committee with the 4 members that I listed previously. In 2020, I was going to say last year, but these past 2 years have sort of merged together. In 2020, there was a review, a 5-year review of the governance arrangements that had been put in place, which essentially confirmed the broad outlines of this. So with the arrangements that were put in place in 2015, with 5 years arrangement, there was general satisfaction with how they were undertaken. There were some tweaks, which I will allude to as I continue, but it essentially confirmed this. It confirmed very much the value of the IPSASB, the work that the IPSASB is doing, and confirmed the value of an oversight body, and that the current arrangements were fit for purpose for doing that. So we were very satisfied to go pass through that milestone. Now, next slide, please. And our oversight activities, we divide them into 3 pillars. First one is rigorous due process. The second one is qualified and inclusive appointments to the IPSAS board. And then it is the production of relevant and timely standards. Now, if I briefly go through each of these, when it comes to rigorous due process, this has never really been a concern, because for the very reason that IPSASB did not have an oversight board, it went out of its way to have a due process in place to compensate for that. So that has never really been an issue, that there was a need to instill due process, that it was never the issue with the creation of the oversight body. So at the beginning, when the Public Interest Committee was created, there was the arrangements, the working procedures document, and the due process document of IPSASB. It was updated to reflect the oversight arrangements, and this was endorsed by the Public Interest Committee as the basis for due process and the working procedures. This is an 11-page document, which people around this table are very familiar with, but those who are maybe watching us more broadly, this is of course available on our website. Now, when it came time for the governance review, one of the comments that was made was that the Public Interest Committee reported on that due process had been adhered to at the very end of the process. As we all know, that creating an IPSAS is a long process with many milestones, but that the Public Interest Committee only came in at the end. So one of the recommendations in the 5-year review was that there should be a change in procedures, and the IPSASB would report to the Public Interest Committee at each major milestone in the development of the standard and reviewing the due process up to that period. These arrangements have been put into place, and I think everybody is quite satisfied with them. And these due process reports are also presented to the IPSASB members themselves. The next pillar, when it comes to qualified and inclusive appointments, that it is a very happy story. We now have a female majority board, and we have greater geographical representation in the board than there was ever before. These should not be taken as granted, that this was a difficult process, I know, when the change was being made. But the end result today is that we have a much more representative board, which I think bodes very well for the future development of the standards and their acceptance around the world. I come from the OECD, but I believe now the majority of the IPSAS board consists of members from non-OECD countries, which is a big change and reflects truly the international orientation of the board. And we are continuing with this. I know that the International Monetary Fund and the IPSASB are working very together in developing a pipeline of people from the various regions of the world. In the case of the IMF, especially in Francophone Africa, where there have been special events. So this is all a very good story at the end of it now. And I very much appreciate everyone who was involved in making this happen. But just to highlight again that the Public Interest Committee, it does not comment on individuals that are proposed for membership in the board. It is just the general criteria for a representative and inclusive appointments, qualified appointments. We do participate as observers on the nominating committee, but we do not comment on any individual appointments, just to highlight that again. And on the third pillar, relevant and timely standards, there are several things that sort of are worth mentioning here. The origins of having this as a pillar was to ensure or foster that the focus of the committee was on public sector specific issues, that those are the most relevant for the committee. This is not an issue today, but this was something that was raised as an issue in previous years, which is the origins of having this. The second, on timely standards, just to emphasize that the Public Interest Committee never says you should have a standard developed in X months. That is not how the oversight works. It is more a commentary on the work program, how much is taken on at any given time, and how likely is it that you can develop timely standards by having so much on the agenda. So it's more of a prioritization exercise for the board itself that the Public Interest Committee is promoting rather than any deadlines with standards. There are two things worth, and I think another thing that the Public Interest Committee very much sees itself as, because of the membership of the Public Interest Committee, the World Bank, INTOSAI, the OECD, the IMF, we are in very close contacts with governments around the world. So we have a good idea of what is on the top of government's minds, and we try to communicate that also to the IPSASB. So it's a two-way street. And I think the key issue that has come up recently is the issue of sustainability reporting and the whole green agenda. That this is clearly, when we talk to governments around the world, the top issue that they are facing. And I think it is very important for IPSASB to take that into account in its work, that this is something that governments are looking for guidance from the accounting standards treatment of these issues. So any guidance that can be provided by IPSASB, and I think you are uniquely qualified to do that, would be greatly appreciated by all. The last comment that I would make here is about the consultative advisory group, CAG, that the way that this has worked is very much that you invite them to comment on specific standards at specific times. One of the comments that was raised at the last meeting of the Public Interest Committee, because it is also consists very much of users, that it should be more of a two-way street also, rather than inviting them just to comment on the work that is already in place, that you should proactively seek advice from them on what are sort of top agenda items going on in countries. So that was the major point there. Let me just finish by, next slide, please. Just emphasizing that this is done, although it is an oversight board, this is all done in a very cooperative manner. There are regular phone calls. We visit each other. There are direct contacts between all of the bodies and the board and the staff of the board throughout the year. And it's very easy to pick up the phone if there are issues. So we very much appreciate that very friendly atmosphere, the commitment of all the people, both the IPSASB and at IFAC, for making this run so smoothly. It is very much a pleasure for everyone to work with you who are on the Public Interest Committee. So thank you very much. And I would, of course, be happy to answer any questions that there may be.
Thank you, John. And I think just to echo the thanks from our point of view, I think particularly with the very important strategic issue of sustainability reporting, I think that's really shown the strength of the arrangements. And I think we were very grateful for the PIC members for making time for a strategic discussion with us at the beginning of February. I mean, there were a number of discussions before that, leading up to that, but I think from a sort of chair and staff point of view, we found that a tremendously useful session. We got a lot out of that, and I think that just encapsulated the strength of the arrangement. So thank you very much for that. I don't know, before I open for comments from members, James or Ross, whether you have anything that you want to add at this point?
Nothing additional. Thank you very much, John, for a complete summary.
Okay, so at this point, I'll open up for comments, either from those here in New York and those or those online. Yeah, Lindy, lead us off, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the positive feedback and report. Not used to mics like anymore. And maybe it's something for tomorrow's session, but I guess in the IPSASB thinking about and responding to sustainability, is there also consideration within the PIC to see how they could, do they have the capacity to do the monitoring and oversight if the board's remit expands and we start doing work in that space? So just to understand how the PIC is also looking at that and responding to activities that the board may take on. Thanks.
Thanks, Lindy. Not seeing any other flags raised at the moment or hands. John, do you want to say anything about that at this stage? Obviously, it's early days yet.
I mean, it is in principle, yes, but sort of it is a hypothetical question at the moment. But I mean, these issues sort of, I mentioned that, these were top priorities as we saw for the IPSASB. These are also top priorities for each of the institutions that constitute the oversight board. So I think the answer is obvious, even though it's a hypothetical question. Yes.
Thanks, John. Other questions? Feels very strange actually looking around the room, as well as trying to look online. Okay, I'm not seeing any other flags. I think, John, you gave us a very full presentation there, and thank you very much for that. As I said, John is going to be with us through our discussions today and during the private session with board members tomorrow. So please, those who are here in New York, take the opportunity to chat to John and because he really has a huge, well, you have the history, I think, of pretty much all of IPSASB's activities almost back to the beginning 25 years ago. I'm not sure, do you quite go back that far, John? Yeah. So take advantage of that. But it's great to have you here in New York and looking forward to the next couple of days. Okay, so with that, just to check, is there anything else, James or Ross, you want to pick up on the governance? Obviously, we've got, Thomas isn't with us today, but assuming he gets through testing and everything like that, he's actually going to be with us for the rest of the week from tomorrow onwards. So he can pick up on specific items and so on. So I think, Ross, with that, we move on to item 3, the Programme and Technical Director's Report.
Thanks, Ian. And for my report today, there won't be any slides. I'll take the report as read, but I will highlight a few points up front before we open up for any discussion. The first point I'd like to highlight is that I have extended the work program to the end of 2024, as the board requested at the end of December, to show the outrun of the existing projects on the work program. You'll note that really shows the upcoming growth in resources the board and staff will have available to take on new projects. But you'll also notice that I haven't added yet any of the projects the board will be discussing later today. And that's obviously because the board actually hasn't approved those yet. So I'm not putting things in the work program until the board's approved them. And when they do go on the work program, we won't be adding timelines to those projects, same as we did for natural resources, until the board decides it has the resources to start those projects properly and take them forward. So the work program you'll see post tomorrow and at the next meeting will have current projects, and then it'll have agreed projects in a separate section below it to indicate to stakeholders that we have identified the new projects that we'll agree later today, and that they will impact the work program, but the timing will not be decided until the board actually starts those discussions by looking at the resources available as projects finish. And again, that's consistent with what the board did at the beginning of the strategic period when we added new projects, more principally natural resources. The main item to highlight in the report, I hope all of it was interesting, but the main item of interest that I'd like feedback on is kind of building along the lines of what John Blondell was just talking about and prioritizing and looking at the work program, I have made a proposal that we delay the improvements project from June 2022 into March 2023. That doesn't give us a lot of extra resources, but it does give us a little bit of resources. And there'll be a little bit more to do next time we do improvements. As you'll remember last year when we approved it, we agreed we would take on a little bit of extra work on the staff side. And that was one, to develop a list of criteria or principles to decide items that are fit to be improvements and items that aren't. So whether we need a smaller narrow scope project or if we can jam things into improvements. And that came out of some of the discussions around the IBOR amendments and whether they were a little too complex to be in improvements or not. From a due process perspective, it doesn't really matter, but from the perspective of making sure we're only putting minor items in improvements, it does make a difference. So we will be taking that forward when we do the work on the next improvements project. We're also going to take a look at the IPSASB process for reviewing and modifying ISB documents, which is, nicely called rules of the road. So that's an older document, hasn't been revisited in a number of years, and we'd like to take a little look at that and update it. So I'd like to bring those new documents forward to the board together with the next improvements project. And I'd like to do that in March 2023, when I think we'll have appropriate resources to do that. So that's the main item I'm looking for feedback on, but happy to take any other comments as well. And I just want to thank Lucy in particular, who sent me comments overnight on a number of sloppy edits that I made in the report, and I apologize for those. And thanks for sharing those, Lucy. I've got them, and I'll make sure I pick those up in the revisions.
Okay, thanks, Ross. So can I just check at this stage whether there are any comments from board members or any disagreement with that proposal to defer the improvements project to 2023? Not seeing any flags raised or hands raised. So I think we're, oh, sorry, Bindi.
Sorry, I'm way too enthusiastic, sorry. I guess it's another obvious question, but we have this tracking table on comparison to the IFRS. Do we also then have a way to track improvements that we haven't yet picked up? And some of the other matters that come through the comments process, just to check that that's.
Ross?
Yeah, so we have a detailed tracking table where we track the ISB's work program and all of their outputs. And then we keep track of, in our tracking table, what the board, whether the board's considered or not, whether it's being considered in an active project, whether the board's considered it and agreed not to do anything. So we do have a detailed tracking table that we used to bring to the board on a regular basis before the dashboard. We still maintain that in full, and it's available if anybody wants to see it.
Thanks, Ross. And it, sort of on that topic, it might also just be worth mentioning that clearly we do have regular interaction with the ISB and its staff, and indeed I've had a number of actual face-to-face meetings with Andreas Barker, who became the chair of ISB during last year, and we have a liaison meeting coming up in the first week in April, which Ross will also attend with Andreas and Nelly Shah, who's the ISB technical director, and that'll be looking at the projects that they're likely to add as a result of their own strategic consultation, and looking at how, where those are appropriate, where those are relevant for us, we can put in place sort of interchange, whether at staff level or board member level, going forward. So, we're keeping a very close eye on that. And you'll see when you look at the dashboard that actually there is a table on there which actually picks up current projects and shows those where there's a potential interaction with either an existing IPSAS or one of our projects. And we plan to basically use that very much as the agenda for our ongoing liaison meetings going forwards. Okay, any other comments? Lynn.
Thanks, Ian. I just have a a couple of comments on what you said, Ross, and also on the work programme. So on the landscape work programme on revenue and transfer expenses, I know we haven't yet debated it, but in your footnotes you do say that you're expecting another exposure. I think it would be helpful to set that out on the landscape page. Linked to that, what you said in terms of updating the programme for the next meeting to add the projects, I think it might be helpful for board members to see that earlier than the next meeting. So maybe it would be helpful to see this table updated as a consequence of this meeting. Maybe that could be circulated as part of the draft minutes, just so that we can make sure that we understand the implication in terms of the overall work programme. And then my final point was, and it's difficult, isn't it? We've got these check-in meetings, and I know you do a quarter-by-quarter update here, and the quarter-by-quarter update was very clearly when we used to have quarterly meetings, but I wonder how we ought to be reflecting the check-ins, just so that we understand what your intention is in terms of both having those, but also what we're going to bring to each of those as well.
Thanks, then, Ross.
Yeah, happy to bring the other work program and share it with the board. It shows the project on it, but as I said in the introduction, there wasn't a plan to add the timelines on those projects yet because they haven't been scoped. So it's just a pure guess. So it wouldn't be more than just putting the names of the projects we agree down below. There won't be start dates. There won't be any of that in there until we start completing projects. So I'm happy to do that. Do you want me to answer the second one too, or wait?
I mean, I think if you think about it, and this goes to your other point, Lynn, in terms of where we might go on revenue and transfer expenses. I mean, I think the point you make there is perhaps we could show that potential timeline in a dotted fashion or something like that, that would go to that. I think what we're going to need to look at, clearly the progress we make this year, and it is going to impact then on future years. And the other thing I think that will influence this is if we can go ahead as we would hope with the Public Sector Standards Setters Forum in Cascais in September, very much the focus for that would be on the sort of initial stages on the, those projects that we will add, as well as thinking about the early thinking on the next strategy for 24 to 28, which it seems strange, but we do need to start to think about that. So I think there's a number of factors, and that may well be that, that actually we need to sort of get a bit further into this year before you actually begin to think about timelines, bearing in mind those various different factors. So maybe the compromise then is we do record them and actually make sure that we make it clear. And I think, certainly there would be no reason why when we do the check-in meetings, we couldn't just have a short, comment item, Ross, in terms of updating. In a sense, the last session we have at the end of the meeting should pick up the changes, so it should just be a confirmation of that. But as you say, it creates that active dialogue. So thanks, Lynn. If I can go to Camira next, please.
Sure. I do have a couple of comments. I do agree with the suggestion of deferring the improvements project for next year, also because we just published the improvements for last year. So at least we give 1 year time to constituents of us digesting that new information before the next improvement project. In the timeline, I'm just concerned about the measurement project that I see that we are expecting to publish the final pronouncement in September. I think that is quite optimistic in comparison to the other exposure draft on property plan and equipment and heritage assets and so on that are more guidance. I think for measurement, we might need a bit more of time, considering all the feedback we obtain about the current operational value and the new measurement standard. So just perhaps we can reconsider that time after our discussions this week on measurement. Thanks.
Ross, thanks, Camira.
Yeah, Camira, I agree with your proposal that we revisit at the end of the week when we see where we get on the project this week, and if those timelines are realistic at all anymore, based on the discussions we're going to have.
Okay. Any other comments? So I'm trying to scan the room and see. Oh, sorry, Abdullah.
Yes, I would echo what Camara would just said. I agree with her that even the improvement, I don't see it even in March. We can even delay it until June if possible, or September. We pick up the more important measurement and revenue. That would be more important to me more than the improvement. Based on the practice, that's a practicality, and that is based into experience what we are doing now.
Thanks, Abdullah. I think that that practical perspective is very important. So thanks. Okay. Good. Right. Okay. So I think we've got a number of points to pick up there. And as you say, Ross, we need to have at least an initial consideration of where we go on measurements at the end of the week when we've had those discussions on Thursday and Friday. And we agree with the proposal to defer the improvements to March 2023. Good. Okay. Ross, anything else from you on item 3? So with that, just call Edwin to the table. So we're going to go into the session on natural resources, and this is the first of 3 linked sessions. Obviously, if we think about what we are now proposing to publish as a trio of publications in the first week in May, this is the first one of those. I think we now know that there is actually a substantial expectation that we will be publishing in early May. When I looked this morning, there have been 11,600 views of my post on LinkedIn last week announcing that we would be leading the consultation on advancing sustainability reporting. So I think there is now a substantial expectation out there, and in that post I did include the other 2 items, of which natural resources was one of those. So we have a couple of items that Edwin's going to lead us through in terms of proposed changes to the text. Given that we actually went through the text at the check-in, I'm not proposing that we go back into the text at this stage. I think we had a lot of discussions about that, but we might just pause to consider the consultation process and where we've got to on the PVs and SMCs before we then move into the formal approval process. So Edwin, welcome to the table. It's great to be sitting beside you rather than seeing you on screen. So please take us into the discussion.
Thanks, Ian. Okay, so I'll first go through a brief introduction before I dive into the papers. So in this slide, it's essentially a timeline that shows everything was done up to this point. I'm not going to go through every single box, but what I will say is that we have started this project in March 2020, right before the pandemic hit, actually. And we have looked at measurement and recognition. So we've looked at the principles in general, and then we've also applied those principles to subsoil resources, water, and living resources, which are the resources in scope based on prior consultations we've had with our constituents. So we've cleared most of the substantial issues, I would say all the substantive issues actually, up till December 2021. And as Ian said, in the February check-in, we had one last overall review of the text. And we had some instructions to have clarifications and edifications of the text. But at this meeting, the focus is primarily just going through these clarifications and also going through the approval process of the CP. And as a reminder, this is a consultation paper, so we're not expecting all our principles and our guidance to be 100% perfect. We're just looking at, I guess, a lead-in to let constituents tell us what they think about where we're going so far. Okay, so the first paper is on the chapter on living resources. So if you recall from February, we had a specific instruction to work of a board member to go through human intervention and control, and specifically how that applies to living resources and whether it's consistently applied to water. So the staff did have conversations with the board member to see what the issues were, and they could basically be boiled down into two major categories. So the first one was in the living resource chapter. There's a specific section on the interaction of human intervention and control. And what was discussed was that this section didn't really add anything to the consultation paper because it really just repeats a lot of the concepts that were already discussed individually on control and individually on human intervention. So by having this section just for living resources, it kind of gives the impression that somehow the principles were different than how we were applying human intervention to water and subsoil resources versus living resources. So the suggestion was we should really just delete that section, which is what we've done. So if you look at the draft consultation paper and the appendix to the papers, you'll see that we've essentially just removed that section. The other point that was raised was in living resources. We used to have a rebuttable presumption for motile organisms. So essentially we say that if an organism is motile, like capable of locomotion, then most likely you will not be able to demonstrate control. And that seemed like a very rules-based approach compared to the principled approach used in the other chapters. So what we've done is we've reworked that section so that now we've really talked about it from principles perspective. And it's just something that you need to consider when thinking about control. So I'll leave it there to see the reactions from the board.
Okay, thanks Edwin for the summary of that proposal, and thanks very much for the task force and those that have contributed to those proposals. Anybody disagree with the proposals there? Okay, so I've got 3 virtual hands raised. If I go to Lucy first and then to Kamira and Todd.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I actually concur in the staff's recommendation to remove the rebuttable presumption and control over motile organisms and to reword the paragraph for clarity. However, I suggest that we still include portions of paragraphs 5.31 and 5.34 under the subtopic consideration of controls, even though this was presented elsewhere in the CP. In this way, the CP will, I think, will be able to reiterate to the readers that there is a distinction between control and human intervention. So I suggest that perhaps we can have a paragraph that would combine the statements or retain the portion of the statements in paragraphs 5.31 and 5.34. So I suggest that it could be control is the same concept as human intervention, and the assessment of control and human intervention needs to be done independently. And then we take the first paragraph, the first sentence in paragraph 5.34, where we cite situations where control and human intervention overlap. And we include the example that an entity could erect a barrier to restrict others from accessing the animals and to also restrict the animals' natural movements. And such a barrier could be considered both human intervention and also as an indicator of control. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lucy. So what I'm going to do is I'll take comments from the other board members first, and then Edwin, come back to you if that's okay. So I've got Kamira and Todd virtually, and I've got Nima in New York. So Kamira, to you first.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Edwin. So I agree with the rewarding in paragraph 5.30. But in terms of removing the section of interaction of control and human intervention, just as Lucy said, I think there is information that is quite useful and helpful to understand how we apply those concepts for living resources. So I would suggest retaining paragraph 5.31 until paragraph 5.33, and perhaps then removing the last two paragraphs, 5.34 and 35, because there could be some confusion when we are talking about the overlap between human intervention and control that is not necessary. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kamira. Todd, to you, and then to Nima.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Edwin, for the presentation. In terms of the recommendations, I think you have faithfully worked through what was discussed at the previous meeting. In terms of standing back and thinking about where we've ended up, though, I had a similar reaction, I think, to Lucy and Kamira in terms of removing all of those four paragraphs, 531 to 534, does lose something, because I think the interaction between human intervention and control is something that we do want to explain within the paper. I'm not necessarily wedded to it being in paragraph 5. It could come further up in the paper. We introduce human intervention in chapter 1 and we talk about control in chapter 2. So it could come earlier in the paper, but I think it is important that the interaction between those is articulated in the paper somewhere. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Todd. So I think, there's a consensus emerging from those who commented so far. Perhaps then if I can go to Nima and then to Lynn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the recommendation. I'm looking at the rewording where we are saying compared to mortal organisms such as fish and most animals. I was wondering if we use the word aquatic organisms instead of fish, same to 4.13, when we're talking about fish and marine mammals, whether the word aquatic organisms will be a good way to cover all of those, then probably it will be great. And then I was wondering if in chapter 1, we can add a section on definitions to make it easy going forward as we read the consultation paper. So we extract all those definitions and put them somewhere in chapter 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Nima. So I think the suggestion on aquatic is useful. On definitions, I think we haven't got definitions per se in the CP. So, that would certainly come in at when we actually start work on an exposure draft, that we would need to actually include definitions in that. I'll ask staff just to have a think about that suggestion, whether we need to have anything like a glossary or something like that. Before going back to staff, though, I'll go to Lynn and then Edwin, perhaps back to you.
Thanks, Ian. So I do think that if we are going to reintroduce some of those paragraphs, that should be early in the paper. I think chapter 2, perhaps around about 2.6, I just jotted down, but leave that with you, Edwin, to think about, because the point that I raised in the first place was that we were slightly inconsistent between the chapters, and we get then to chapter 5 and we go back to this discussion that I thought we'd already had, and we weren't doing that in a consistent way. We also do talk about it a bit in 1.8, where we've got this sort of knotty issue around conservation activities again, when I think the revision you've done now sort of almost flips it to sort of say that is human intervention, whereas previously we're saying it was generally not. So I don't mind that. This is a consultation paper. I think the important thing is to approve it and get it out. But I do feel strongly if we're going to put those paragraphs back in, we should put that in the general discussion about control back up in chapter 2, rather than suddenly going back to it in chapter 5, because we don't do it in the other chapters.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. So I think at this stage, perhaps Edwin, back to you. I mean, that does sound like a way forward, Lynn, because obviously, as the point you were making to begin with was we need to be consistent on this. But I was certainly hearing support for retaining at least some of the material that was in 5.31 to 5.34, although not necessarily in its current form and perhaps location. Edwin, perhaps if you can comment on that.
Yeah, so as I was listening to the comments, I too agree that it should probably come in chapter 2. I think part of the issue before was that because it was only in living resources, that was part of what was causing confusion. So yeah.
Okay, so I think on that sounds like the way forward would be to look at the drafting in chapter 2. I think we should be looking at doing that relatively succinctly there. Probably looking at it from the less is more principle. So in terms of taking this forward as it's a CP, I don't think this is something that would stop us from moving forward to approval. But I think it is something that perhaps we should take advantage of. Edwin, at least you, Lynn, and Lindy as task force chair being together here in New York to sort of work on that, having heard what the other members have said, and perhaps engage them through emails so that we can arrive at a satisfactory solution this week to go into the CP. Is that okay? Lynn, did you want to come back in on that, or okay? Okay, so everyone happy with that as the approach on that one? Okay, Edwin, move us into the next item.
Okay, so moving on to the second paper. This paper is really just talking about the revisions since February in general. And if you look at agenda item 4.3.1, that version of the CP has all the changes in track changes. And so the point I want to make here is that all of those changes were essentially editorial because there were no significant changes to the underlying principles or our preliminary views. I did get a comment since I've posted the paper that we don't actually refer to ED 81 right now, which is we're proposing to revise the definition of an asset. So I plan to add in either a footnote or a short paragraph talking about that ED. But essentially what it's going to say is that, we do have plans to, or we have an exposure draft out to revise the definition of an asset, but it will not change the discussion or the principles that we're proposing in the CP.
Okay, thanks, Edwin. Yes, I think that was one thing I noticed actually when I reread it, and I wondered if I just missed it. So thanks for that. I think that'd be helpful. So if I can take any comments on those changes that have been made. So Mike, if I can go to you first.
So thank you, Ian. I have a comment on para 1.15, which was inserted and which is explaining the link between the sustainability reporting a project and a natural reporting project. I think we will later on the session see that we have chosen that broad definition of sustainability. And I think it's, it would enhance that paragraph or would a little bit more self-explaining if we could there enter half a sentence or sentences explaining that the reporting, sustainability reporting board covers at the moment or is focusing at the moment on climate change, on that natural topic, because otherwise you might think, okay, that's a broad range of that 17 SDGs, just to avoid a misunderstanding if you read it just that document without having in front of you the other document.
Thanks, Mike. You need to pull the mic closer when you speak, but I think perhaps what we should do is let's get through our discussions tomorrow on the sustainability CP, and then if Edwin, you can work with Mike just to tighten up that piece of wording there to make that that connectivity appropriate. And I think we just need to couch it appropriately, because clearly one of the issues around this is it's a very broad topic, and so we just need to be slightly softer, I think, in the wording there. Now, I'm not sure whether it was Lindy or Adrian. Okay, Adrian. Oh, Lindy. Very gallant.
Thank you very much. It's just linked on the reference to the ED on the conceptual framework. I guess when I was looking at it again and we had discussions, we also had questions around the measurement ED and referring to current operational value. And I think we also just need to signal that we're using these concepts, but it doesn't mean that we've made decisions on them just yet, because the process is still under discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Lindy. Ross, I don't know whether perhaps you might want to comment. I mean, clearly we've got a lot of moving parts at the moment, and I think it's quite important that actually we are even-handed then in terms of the references that we make. Obviously, with current operational value, we've got a big debate to come on that and the way forward on that in June. So I just think, I don't know if there's anything immediately to say, Ross, but that might be one of the things that does actually just need a sit back and say, right, okay, have we got these items covered?
Yeah, my only immediate reaction is that to Lindy's point, we're just clear that if we're talking about exposure drafts or ongoing projects, that we make people aware that those are ongoing discussions and the board hasn't made decisions, and dependent on those decisions, it'll impact recognition and measurement of natural resources. We will have clarity by the time we get to exposure drafts, so it won't be as open a question.
No, I think that's right. So we just need to make it clear and be consistent in terms of how we reference things, because I think probably most things actually are at ED stage to some, at some stage in that process. Okay, Adrian, and then I've got Renee, and then Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. I have two comments to make on that. One is minor, and the second is more substantial. The minor comment relates to paragraph 4.7, where we have that graph showing the progression of water from natural state to what we call the subject to human intervention. My problem is with a very tiny arrow between naturally occurring and impounded but unprocessed, because it has nothing to do. I mean, you could directly go from naturally occurring to processed. For instance, spring water could be commercialized by a state-owned company, not only San Pellegrino or Perrier, and they're directly taken from underground, drawn from underground. So we could just forget that small arrow. It could be really misleading.
I think that you're probably right, actually. So probably the easiest thing actually is just take the arrows out altogether, I think, from that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the second comment,
yeah,
as I said, more substantial, is about paragraph 115. We have there 6 words together that, for me, are not so clear. Given the connectivity between the project, it relates sustainability reporting standards to these natural resources standard. Okay. I don't see it as so obvious that there is a connectivity. Now, I could elaborate on that, but the question is, if it's not obvious for one or the other readers, it won't be obvious for the respondents. So maybe we should elaborate on that and explain how is it connected to sustainability reporting. It could be, of course, sustainability reporting is about, disclosing data on the environmental practices that have an impact on whatever we want to report on sustainability. The European Union has issued recently a directive or project directive for sustainability reporting, and it's very clear, but it might not be clear for all respondents that there is a link. So if it's clear, okay, I would happily hear of the staff, what is exactly in simple words, how can we describe the link between the two? And then we could put it into the CP. Also possibly think about adding an SMC in that, okay? How do you, respondents, understand the possible connectivity between sustainability reporting and this sort of standard that provides for natural resources or any of other assets that could be linked to sustainability reporting?
Thanks, Adrian. I mean, I think it is a challenge, because one of the things about sustainability reporting, I think, is as a field that is very unbounded at the moment, and so I think we need to sort of indicate some kind of potential connectivity or potential interaction with those, but with that field, and maybe something is we need to soften the drafting in that respect. I think perhaps we should think about this idea about an SMC, and that we're trying to be very open. Ross, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I think it's actually a really good point. I mean, we've been discussing natural resources for a couple of years, and I think those who've been involved in the project see the link to sustainability quite clearly, but we don't have a clear statement making that clear for readers. So I think after tomorrow's session, when the board gets through its thinking on the CP itself related to sustainability, I don't think it would be a bad thing through the editorial process to come up with a little more clear articulation to make it clear. And I think an SMC is not a bad idea either.
Okay. So if I can carry on around the table, then I've got Renee, and then I might just pull in Lindy as task force chair, and Edwin, back to you before I go to the hands I've got raised online, which are from Claudia and Camira at the moment. So Renee, if I can go to you next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I am on. Yes, thank you. Two comments and some minor comments that I will pass on to Edwin later, more editorial in nature. If we go to figure 1, the second bullet, the text there that was added at the top of figure 1, in the second sentence, we're referring to what's inside the box as representing phenomena which are potentially resources. We're questioning the use of the word potentially there, because being outside the box is the whole universe and what could potentially make it in the financial reporting. And just wondering if I think what's in the box means that we're in financial reporting, therefore considering whether the word potentially is needed there. I think the logic
Edwin, did you want to just come back on that and we can clear that one?
No, I think that'll work if we just delete potentially.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My second comment is in chapter 6, where we added the word recognized at paragraph 611 and 612. And I understand why we did that. I think we're clarifying that in those two paragraphs, we're talking about recognized resources. And wondering if there would be a way maybe, and we can talk about it offline, because it's kind of editorial, but not so much, to help readers understand that here in these paragraphs from 11 all the way to 22, we are talking about the 3 types of resources, whether they're recognized or unrecognized because of measurement uncertainty, or not recognized at all. And I think it would help maybe adding subheadings there. Because when we read the addition of the word recognized, we felt that it could be perceived as narrowing down the scope of what we're looking for in terms of information to be disclosed, not just in financial statements, but also in GPFRs. So if we're confused, maybe others will be as well. And I think there's a very simple way to deal with it.
Okay. I'll go to Lindy and then Edwin, go back to you just for any additional comments before I then take more comments. Lindy.
Thank you very much. I I was wondering if the diagram on water under paragraph 4.7, I wonder if we need a footnote to say that this just illustrates the broad process, because if you remember, we had that picture on subsoil and the process to extract, and there were comments, and we don't want people to look at it and say, well, we don't understand the process or have comments on the detail. And I think it's just to say this is broadly what we think the 3 steps are or something, and not necessarily 100% accurate. Because we do get questions on the detail there, and we just want to clarify that it's the broad issue that we are trying to explain.
Okay, I don't see a problem with adding a footnote. I think we just need to be aware at this stage of over-embellishing. I think we're beginning to get to the stage of diminishing marginal returns on this paper. And I think to pick up Lynn's original point, I think we need to just get this out. We're not writing a standard at this stage. We're just actually discussing ideas. So if people are unclear, they can tell us. So I don't think that's a problem on that one, but I think just as a general point at the moment, I don't want to embellish this. I don't think that's going to help our stakeholders anymore. I think we just need to get the discussion going. Okay, so Edwin, back to you, and then I'll just take a further round of comments.
Yeah, so getting back to Renee's point, I guess my original intention was that when we talk about GPFRs, it is both recognized and unrecognized natural resources. So I guess perhaps one way would be to emphasize that in the GPFR section, but I can work with Renee offline to get the wording right.
Okay. And I think we have a way forward that we need to have a look at the that wording that is causing a problem in paragraph 1.15, and I think that's for both Adrian and for Mike. We will come back, but I think the question about NSMC, that seems quite helpful in that we are looking for information at this stage, in both in the broader and the more specific in this project. So are you still in, Adrian, or is your flag down? All right, okay. Right, okay. So I will take... Get it a coffee break. Well, you can raise your physical hand if you like next time around. Right, okay. So if I can go to Claudia and Camira, and then I'll come back to Lynn in the room in New York.
Thanks, Chair. I had a few comments to paragraph 4.24. It seems that the paragraph is now written like that. It sounds it's more rule-based instead of principle-based. We discussed the possible measurement uncertainty. So we should, I think it's the third sentence, we say, however, based on the currently available quantification methodologies, the development of a reasonable measurement basis to recognize of underground water as an asset is not yet feasible. I would change it or propose to change it to may not yet feasible. Otherwise, it's today it might be not possible to the actual quantification technologies, but it might be changed quite recently, and then we are outdated. So it seems for me better to be principle-based, where you say, if we can measure it reliable, then we can recognize it. If not, then not. And another remark is, it's really correct to label the groundwater as underground groundwater. It seems me a duplicate, but it's just a remark, editorial.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. I think on the softening there to May, that sounds reasonable. Perhaps you can just address that other point offline, Edwin. So if I can go then to Camira and then Lynn after that.
Thanks, Chair. I only have two minor comments on the preliminary views, the editorials that were made there, specifically preliminary view number 2 in chapter 2.
Reviews, Camilla, if that's okay.
Sorry?
Can we come back to preliminary views later?
Sure. Okay. Yes, no problem.
Okay. So, Lynn, if I can go to you at this stage.
Yeah, I did allude to this comment earlier, but mine is on paragraph 1.8. I think the change that's been done on paragraph 1.8 is, I would argue, more than editorial. I think paragraph 1.8 needs to be more balanced rather than come down one side or the other about whether or not conservation activities are generally considered intervention or not. I think it needs to be perhaps more neutral. I think you've got it right or better in chapter 5 when you talk about this than you have in paragraph 1.8. So I wonder if we can just be a bit more balanced. It will depend on the circumstances, and we've sort of gone from it being one to go to the other in the editorial, and I do think we need to be more neutral in that paragraph. The other point I was going to make was off the back of Adrienne's point, which is in paragraph 1.15. I do think we need to come back to this after we've had the debate around the sustainability CP. I wonder if there is somehow a schematic that might help ultimately, that sort of that brings together natural resources, sustainability, environmental risks and opportunities, and climate-related risks and opportunities. And I don't think we've quite got that in either paper at the moment. And it may be that through the next iteration of the sustainability paper, you might get a better diagrammatic link. And then I just wondered if this was the right paper to have the SMC, or if that would be a better place to have the SMC. But I don't think we ought to absolutely say that we must have one in here on that at the moment.
So on that, I think at this stage, I would very much say, let us not have another diagram. We've already argued enough over this diagram. I think it does make the potential link into sustainability reporting. It seems to me what we need to do is actually get the wording right in 1.15, because that's what's causing the problems at the moment. I don't think we can be categorical about this, because sustainability reporting itself is such a broad field. And I think we just need to see whether there is some additional information that we can gather at this stage, because this is a more specific CP. The advancing public sector sustainability reporting is more by way of a strategic paper. So if we are going to have an SMC, it makes sense that it's in this more specific context to help people with that. So I think, look, I don't want to take any more comments on 1.15. That paragraph is clearly problematic. The sense has to be that there is the possibility of linkage, but we're not being categorical at the moment. And then I think that's where Hervé Adrienne's point comes in terms of, is it not useful to at least ask a relatively open SMC and just see what we get back on that, bearing in mind that we're not in the ED phase at the moment. We will get more input on the issues that people see within the sustainability reporting space through the other CP, and then we can bring those together. But now is not the place where we can be clear on that. So I think we just need to get that raise that issue and ask for input. So what I would suggest is that we ask staff to go away and just have a look at the drafting on this, have a look at what an SMC might look like, and then we bring that back for member consideration. And probably we do that on Friday when we have the session back on this. Okay. Right. I think that's all the flags in the room and online. Edwin, anything there that any additional comments you want to make? Or obviously there's a number of actions in terms of working with members offline.
No other comments from me. I know you wanted to make a comment on the PVs, but
yeah, if we're cleared on the other points. Okay, so let's just head back to we would be on page 5. Sorry, there are a lot of PVs here. So when you look at page 3 onwards, in terms of the PVs, what's happened with these is they have progressively got longer. And that's really what we've done there, is actually we've drawn in a number of pieces of more detailed drafting. So if you look at them from the point of view of somebody actually wanting to respond, I think we've now got them too long in many cases by over elaborating. So I'm going to make a proposal that we will need an editorial group to go through this, that actually we remit the editorial group to actually have a look at those, and where it doesn't change the overall preliminary view, that we actually do remove drafting, which is essentially elsewhere, because otherwise we're not going to get clear. We're going to get people commenting on drafting, which may well be in 2 places, rather than just really expressing views on the principle. And there are also 1 or 2 areas where drafting we talk about adoption. Well, we wouldn't adopt a standard. We would, it would go through our process of alignments. There's a few things like that I think we just need to make sure we've actually got right. Now, I don't think that changes the sense of the preliminary views, but it would certainly help our constituents and help the feedback if we can get it clearer. So I wanted to check that members would be okay with us going through that process in that way, under the normal editorial process, with the check that anything that looks like a change of substance, Ross then has to flag to me as chair for me to bring for us to bring back to the board if necessary. Everyone okay with that? Okay, Edwin, anything else from your point of view at this stage?
Not at this stage.
Okay, so I think with that, we move into the formal approval process. Ross?
Well, I just remember in the discussion, Kamira had a specific PV comment that we put off to the PV discussion. Let's go back
yes,
to her.
apologies for that. Kamira, was it just a drafting point, or was it a question around the actual PV itself?
Yes, it was just 2 minor comments on PV2, on chapter 2. I suggest 2 alternatives. We could leave the text on existing uncertainty where it is. So I disagree with moving it at the end of the PV, or we just remove completely any reference to existing uncertainty, because that explanation goes in line with the definition of an asset. So I think that moving it, so the editorial change of moving it at the bottom of the PV, it's not optimal. And then my second comment is on PV.
I think you hit the nail on the head. That was one of the things that I saw that actually we didn't need in the PV, that was actually better expressed in the text. Sorry.
Yes. Yes. And then on PV7 for chapter 3, I'm just concerned from, I took a look again to that PV and the editorials, and what my first idea or understanding was, okay, if I'm an external person that is reading for the first time this consultation paper and just read this PV7, it might be seen too negative, like especially just the last question where you said you agree with the PV that measurement of subsoil resources is too uncertain for resources to be recognized as assets. So from an external perspective, maybe it's too negative that they will just be dissuaded to even read the chapter, because they will say, oh, already the IPSASB thinks that subsoil resources should not be recognized. So then why should I read the chapter? So maybe just to soften a bit that question, to refer maybe to the challenges involved in subsoil resources, but not be too categorical that it's too uncertain to be measured, to be recognized as assets. So that's my only comment on that. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kamira. So I think we ask staff with the editorial group to look at that for consistency with what we've said in the text. I think the problem is that actually we've had quite a lot of editorial and that has shifted things in certain places. And this is really underlines the reason why we need to get this out, because, you know, each time you do that, you risk an inconsistency. So I think in the ask of the editorial group is to make sure that what is in the PV is entirely consistent with what the text actually, where the text actually lands. In doing that, what we want to do with the editorial group, and this is going to be the way that we approach editorial groups going forward, is they will be different to any task force. So anybody who has been involved in the task force will not be part of the editorial group, so that it's you know, it's an entirely dispassionate process rather than reopening anything. Okay. Now, I don't want to re-deliberate the PVs here unless there really is a fatal flaw, because, you know, as Camira has just identified, there have been some movements, and this is because of drafting elsewhere. So the thing just needs to settle down. So I will take 3 more comments on this, but I'm looking for comments which are fatal flaws rather than just drafting preferences at this stage. So I've got Chris, then I've got Hervé Adrien, and I've got Mike. Okay, so Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is still on the PV, but I think I would rather get in touch with Edwin because I think it has to do with the inconsistency in framing the questions on the PV. I'll get to Edwin.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Okay, Hervé Adrien.
Well, I don't know if it's a fatal flaw, but it's adding on Camille's comment on preliminary review 7. What I see, and it has to do, for me, it has to do with what is the intent of the CP and issuing our preliminary reviews in the aim of collecting the respondents' views. So the problem I see in this is that we have the first sentence that is a conditional, may not be feasible, and then we are on different view, that is based on the view subsoil resources are too uncertain, and then are too uncertain for the resources. We should ask respondents, could be, or do you believe, as we do, that they could be too uncertain? So not put it so straightforwardly as unquestionable.
So, I mean, I think there is a question of process here, because this is different to a legal view, if you like. What the purpose of preliminary reviews is to do is actually to elicit responses. So in some cases, we perhaps might be more stylized because we want to actually elicit responses, and it's meant to indicate a direction of travel so that people can be clear about where we might go. If they disagree with that, then they can come back and say that. Now, I think the point on preliminary review 7, I can see the point that you're making on that. So I think that does need review to make sure that it actually is consistent in terms of the tone. But I again come back to the point that I think, you know, people have been trying to shade the drafting on this, and each time you do that, you risk exactly this sort of point coming out through the process. Ross, and then I'll take a final comment from Mike.
Yeah, maybe just for members' information, there is a reason why we have a difference between a preliminary view and an SMC. So preliminary view is supposed to be a firm board view, and you're basically asking, do you agree with that view? It's not supposed to be kind of in the middle. If you want it to be more open, that should be an SMC, where you've got a question that you're searching for an answer for. So in a normal consultation paper, preliminary views usually relate to when you're setting out a definition the board's agreed upon, principle related to recognition or measurement that it's firmed its view up on. So it's important to kind of keep that in mind when you're reviewing these, because we want the views to be the board's view, and we want the questions to be things we have a question on. And we shouldn't intermix the two.
Yeah, and we have we have in the past been round the buoy about, do you have an SMC every time you have a PV? And we've evolved the practice that basically people should respond to the proposition that's in the PV. There are certain places, and you can see this in this CP, where we do anticipate there being challenges, and the human intervention point is precisely why we have an SMC in that place, to really just to try and make sure we do get as much feedback as possible before moving into the next stage. But I think the PV is it's a device to try and move it forward by indicating the direction of travel. Okay, so Mike, final comments.
Yeah, thank you. I have a point which might be also a drafting point, but I think a very important one, because it's all about recognizing asset or not. What we saw that there are some inconsistencies in the wording. You see it's very prominent if you look in the PVs. For example, PV 2C, no recognition or presentation of the item is required, which brings you a little bit in the direction, oh, might there be an option? Sometimes it's so-called cannot be recognized. I would propose a very strong and straightforward should be recognized or should not be recognized. That you see it for all the different types of resources.
Thanks, Mike. So, I mean, I think, just to be clear, I think subject to just resolution of those final drafting changes, we have got a CP which is now capable of being issued. We need to make sure that the PVs and the SMCs are consistent with the text supporting those. And this is the reason why we need to also make them as crisp as possible, because we don't want to drafting that is already elsewhere and thereby be unclear about where the debate has actually got to. I think also the purpose of the editorial group is to make sure that we are consistent, and to flush out areas where inadvertently, there is something that's inconsistent and so on. So, but it's not to make substantive changes, and there is a clear, there are clear rules about how the editorial process actually works. And I think in this case, that's where we are going to introduce the practice that the editorial group will be different to the task force, precisely because then we get an objective view. Certainly we will need that, and it's quite a long paper as well now as well. Okay, so I think with that, Ross, I think we are now at the point where we can actually move forward with the approval.
Yes, and this is going to be tricky, doing it in the room and online. So I think we'll do it the way we've been doing it online, where I'll ask people to either raise their flag or raise their hand first if they approve. And then I'm going to take a moment to make sure I count everybody and get everybody who's voted. And then I'll ask everybody to put their flags down and whatever, and then I'll check for any votes against or abstentions. So with that, I'd first like to ask for those who vote to approve the consultation paper to please raise your flag or your virtual hand. Ms. Glenn, okay. So I have 8 yeses in the room. And I count 10 online. So that's 18 for, that's approved. And because we only have 18 members, that means none against and no abstentions.
Okay, so thanks very much everyone for that. So we do have those pieces of work to do. I think we do need to bring back that piece of drafting on 1.15 and the question around the SMC for Friday, by which time we'll have taken forward our discussions on the CP on advancing sustainability reporting. Other than that, just Edwin, to say thank you to you and the task force for a lot of work that's gone into this.
I do have one comment, actually.
Okay.
So right now in the paper, we're proposing a comment period of 4 months. I don't know if we want to talk about that now or after tomorrow's session.
I mean, on that, obviously, we're proposing, if you like, to publish as a group, and there is a logic to having a common comment period. I think maybe the thing to do is actually we will have that discussion tomorrow, because probably the more fundamental one is actually the Advancing Sustainability CP. So we've got your paper, we've got the recommendation, and that is the standard 4-month comment period, which would take us through to September. And there are reasons for September that would drive us there in terms of the link with the board meeting and the Public Sector Standards Setters Forum, as well as the overall urgency attached to sustainability. But let's have that discussion tomorrow. So with that, I think we are almost on time in terms of taking a break. So we will break until the hour, wherever you are, 10 o'clock in New York. Thank you, everyone. So for those online, you've missed in New York the ritual that we've been missing for the last 2 years of David going and ringing the bell to get everybody back into the meeting room. So it's nice to feel that some things don't change and we're back under normal control. Okay, and I think everybody who, all the board members who are here in New York are back in their seats. So we will now move on into consideration of the mid-period work programme consultation, and that's going to be run jointly between Dave and Ross. So I'll pass over. Dave, you're going to lead off. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And as Ian mentioned at the beginning of Edwin's session, this is the second of 3 connected documents we'll be talking about during this meeting. The first one being natural resources, this one being the mid-period work program consultation, and the third will be sustainability reporting that we'll discuss tomorrow. I will give a little bit of a background as a reminder for some and as new information for others on where we progressed with this project and how quickly we moved through this. In general, with the mid-period work program consultation, the reason why this was undertaken is because as part of the 2019 through 2023 strategy, the board at the time committed to holding a mid-period work program consultation. The board in 2018, 2019 foresaw that the board's resources would start to become available around this time and thought it was important that the board went out to constituents and asked them what we should add to the work program. So as a result, that's why we went forward with this mid-period work program consultation. One important point, though, is because this mid-period work program consultation was part of, or was envisioned as part of in the strategy itself, it was really framed. And what I mean by that is this consultation wasn't looking at making any changes to the strategy itself. It was really looking at themes A, B, and C, the actual work program, and what could be added there when resources became available. So it was really, we were really in a sandbox. And as a result, I thought that really helped the board move along early in this process and generate consensus in putting forward projects that should be proposed. The last point I'll make on this slide is that in identifying projects that could be added to the work program when resources become available, we did use the project prioritization criteria that were developed as part of the strategy, and those were applied in determining which projects were the highest priority for the board, and we asked constituents to agree or disagree with those. So in the consultation paper, we proposed 6 projects. I won't go into a great detail, but there's a few points that I just wanted to remind everyone about. We had our major projects and minor projects. The 2 major projects, or the distinguishing factor between the major and minor, is the major projects, at least at the time, the board foresaw those requiring a consultation phase. So a consultation paper, an ED, and a final pronouncement. Whereas the minor projects, the board thought they'd have a really good starting point, and as a result, probably wouldn't need the consultation phase. So that's how we distinguish between major and minor projects. The other point I'll make, and I said this a few times during our regional roundtables last year, is especially with the major projects, it really showed me, when I really thought about it, a shift in what the board was working on, and that we have fewer and fewer gaps in IPSAS. And these 2 projects are really, at least in my view, helping constituents adopt IPSAS moving forward and making them easier to apply. And I thought that was just an interesting note as reflecting on this process overall. The only other point here is, and I mentioned this on the last slide, but these 6 projects, the board reached consensus fairly quickly on. We began talking about these back in March, and we kind of went through 20 or 30 projects, and these 6 kind of rose to the top pretty quickly. And like I said, consensus was reached pretty quickly. So we started this process really last March. The board had breakout groups. I think we had 4 breakout groups based on region, and we went to each region and asked what the priorities were. Like I said, coming out of those 4 discussions, those 6 projects really rose to the top, and it became fairly easy to write the consultation paper from my perspective. Also, as part of the kind of the March time period, the IPSASB also consulted with the CAG to see what they thought, and we also went to the PIC to make sure that we were going down the right, going in the right direction and what was being proposed and the process being followed. When we got to June of last year, that's where the IPSASB approved the document. And then in the subsequent month, we issued it for a 4-month consultation. During that 4-month consultation period, we went out and had 4 regional roundtables, 2 in Africa, 1 in Latin America, and 1 in Asia. And as part of those regional roundtables, we reached out to constituents and made sure we asked questions and asked them to prioritize which projects were important to them. Coming back from that, we brought all that information back to you in December of 2021, where you first had your summary analysis. We didn't have any papers. The comments had just come back in right before posting. So we just had a slideshow and just walked through what the high level comments were. But consistent throughout the entire process, from when the board started developing the projects and seeing what should be proposed, consensus was reached early. The same results came back from constituents. They strongly supported what was put forward. At that time in December, the board tentatively agreed that those 6 projects that we discussed should be the ones that should be put forward, subject to any discussions we had regarding sustainability reporting. That brings us to this meeting where you're seeing the detailed analysis. And I've got 2 papers, one where I go through the major projects and the minor projects, and then when we talk about the consultation summary itself. So coming to the first paper, I want to focus on the major projects. Staff's recommendation is that the IPSASB move forward with the 2 major projects proposed, presentation of financial statements and differential reporting. Really, at the end of the day, the major projects were strongly supported. Even though other projects were listed by constituents as what the board could take on, there weren't really suggestions on what should be taken off, and there was no consensus in the other projects that were proposed. They were kind of all over the map as to what should be proposed. So as a result, staff recommend that we go ahead with what was proposed in the consultation paper and add these 2 projects to the work program and start them when resources become available.
Thanks, Dave, for that introduction. So I'll open the floor for any comments. Anybody disagree with that recommendation from staff that we proceed to add those 2 projects? Lynn.
It's not a situation of disagreement, but can I be clear which order would you take them on, and how would you determine that? Or are you saying, because you're saying once resources become available, clearly you'd need to start one and then the other. Do you have a view on order, just so we can be clear?
Ross.
Dave might not fully agree with me on this, but my feeling was our plan on this was to wait until we actually had resources and the board would have a debate at that point with the available projects and make a decision at that point. Because at the moment, we don't have detailed project briefs on the projects themselves or the needs of resources to properly staff them and move them forward, or even which staff members we'd have available. So all factors I think we'd want to consider when we decide how we want to prioritize our resources and our time. So,
I mean, I think one of the things that is both actually could be quite, I mean, they're both important, but they're both actually, when you start to think about them, both have quite a lot of different factors that will make them both challenging, I think, to deliver. And probably the board would be best placed really in terms of when we look at, how we take them forward once we as a board have perhaps been able to dig into that, but also I think the plan at the moment, and we're going to start the sort of planning process for the Standard Setters Forum, in the margins of this meeting. I think we will definitely want to get national standard setters to input into the project briefs, and then we'll have to take the decisions at that point in time. And by that point in time, we'll know where we've got to in terms of measurement, we'll know where we've got to in terms of revenue, and therefore how we move forward. So I think at this stage, it is not sensible actually to say we definitely want to start with this one as opposed to that one, or maybe we move them forward together, who knows? Ben?
So can I just be really clear? And I think we need to be clear for our constituents as well. What is the decision we're taking? Then if we're taking a decision to add both, we've got a lot to debate in terms of, we haven't even got to the minor projects paper, but also we've got the sustainability reporting agenda as well. We haven't got much of the work programme period left. The work programme currently finishes in 2023. So what are we committing ourselves to here? Is it definitely that we will definitely do these two projects in advance of our next work programme consultation, or are we going to at least definitely start both of these projects before the end of 2023? I'm just trying to really understand with absolute clarity what the decision is we are making today.
So I will have a go at that one, and then Ross can. So as we said, as resources become available, these are projects that we will add to the work programme. So the decision we're taking at the moment is we are going to go ahead with projects on presentation of financial statements and differential reporting. Those will likely, essentially, depends what you mean by starting, but essentially we will start the process of agreeing the project, developing and agreeing the project brief through discussions in the board and through the Public Sector Standard Assessors Forum. At that stage, we would agree a project brief. So essentially the project will start, because one of the key things that we identified was that in previous projects, we'd actually got off on the wrong foot by not giving appropriate time to the preparation of a project brief. So we will be starting that process during 2022. The extent to which we then really ramp up the activity during 2023 on those will be dependent on where we get to in terms of the other projects, but we are committing to starting those projects. And in terms of starting, I would mean we will start developing the project brief, and then we will move on to developing the CP. Now, we will, as part of the process of developing the next strategy and work programme, we will need to have a look at all the possible projects that have been identified, which is what we agreed that we would do, and then form a view about what the priorities are after the projects that we've actually added. But what we are asking the board to do today is to commit that in line with what we had decided earlier and in terms of what we've received feedback on, that these are added to our work programme. Ross?
Not much to add other than just to say that if you look at our current list of projects in the work program, most of those came on in 2014 and 2015, 2 strategies ago. So it's not abnormal that we're adding things to the work program and they might not be completed in the current strategy. It's kind of just the ebbs and flows of the work and standard setting in the limited resources we have.
And indeed, if you look at the ISB's consultation, they're very clear that they have ongoing projects that they are committed to delivering on before they start work on others, or that those will go on in parallel with. So this is exactly the process that ISB goes through, as do any other standard setters. Dave, did you want to come in before I go to Adrian?
I just thought I'd add a little color onto what you were saying. And if you look at our work program, Lynn, you can see that over the next few years, resources are going to become available. And to Ian's point, we can't just start a project immediately. So we need some runway to get started. So it's important to have things lined up and that we've kind of started so we can start as soon as resources become available.
Adrian.
It's just a comment. I think that it is all the more important that we pick that differential reporting, since we're starting to initiate our reflection on sustainability reporting. And most likely, we will have to provide specifically for less sophisticated entities. So I think it has some merit and consistency that the two projects proceed side by side. So I think it provides more merit to the choice.
Thanks. Any other points? So I'm assuming then that we are now content that we add these two projects to our work program. Okay. Good. So let us move on to the minor or the narrower scope projects. Dave.
So we'll move on to the minor projects, but before we get there, we thought it'd be a good idea to provide some color on what a Theme C sustainability program information project look like. And Ross will take over here because he has a little information that he heard last week in Paris.
Thanks, Dave. And before I get into that, I thought I would spend a little bit of time just reminding the board that we do have Theme C in the strategy, that until this point, we haven't actually had any active projects on. And Theme C really relates to our reporting on broader financial needs, so GPFRs rather than GPFSs. And you'll know in our literature, we've got 3 pieces of guidance, recommended practice guidelines, 1, 2, and 3, that relate to broader financial statements. So in going through the responses to the mid-period work program consultation, we did get strong feedback that one of the areas we hadn't considered that we should consider more is sustainability and sustainability reporting. And it was clear from those responses that they didn't quite buy into what we'd set out in the consultation, and that we didn't want to address sustainability at this time, that we'd pick it up when we do our next strategy at the end of 2023 and holistically look at how to deal with the topic of sustainability and take items on the work program. And I think it was more than 50% of the respondents made this point quite clearly. So as we've been working through the sustainability space and how we were going to address that, it became apparent that there might be a current opportunity to build off of the RPGs we already have and bring something onto our work program immediately that would allow us to move quite quickly to develop guidance that would help us in addressing a current and urgent need. And we were lucky enough last week to hear from the OECD Green Budgeting Group about some proposals around green budgeting that are ongoing that might dovetail quite well with the project that we're now putting forward to take one of the minor projects. And that would be a narrow scope project to update RPG 1 and RPG 3 principally, to build off the guidance that's already there, to use that information and make it more useful for budgeting purposes, and particularly green budgeting purposes. So there were some great presentations last week by the OECD on their green budgeting principles. And we'll go through those principles at a high level in the next few slides just to share them with the board. Now, those principles still are under consideration by the OECD. They're not yet final, but they're in a process to start to finalize those in the coming months, which would allow us to take those principles and then use RPG 3, reporting on service performance information, as a basis and the model in RPG 3 to help make financial information more useful for green budget information. So that's kind of where we're at on this project. And maybe I'll just open up, Ian, if there's any comments you wanted to make as an observer as well.
Well, I think just to underline that based on what we've seen so far, the view is that this could be taken forward without actually reopening RPG 1 or RPG 3, that actually this could be in the form of implementation guidance for those two standards, and that would actually significantly help address what is a very current issue. And I think, you know, the OECD Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting actually is one of the very active groups at the moment. I think, John, we had 100 people physically present in Paris last week and 300 online, is that right? So this is an area of very great interest. And I think from the point of view of the board being seen to be doing something relatively quickly and actively addressing the needs of our key users, ministries of finance, this actually seems to be both timely and very appropriate in terms of really actively working with that group. I don't know, John, whether you want to make any observations or we present the slides and then maybe, okay. And this is John with his OECD hat on rather than his PIC hat on. So Ross, if you perhaps take us through the slides and then I'll ask John if there's anything else you want to say.
So again, I'm not an expert on this framework. It's the OECD framework, but I'll share a few slides here and just, so the board can kind of see the framework that from the green budgeting side of the OECD that we're working off of. So the green budgeting framework really takes what they're calling a building block approach, where it's looking for a strong strategic framework as the block setting the base, and then building block 2, where you've got tools for evidence generation and policy coherence. And then block 3, reporting to facilitate accountability and transparency, which interlocks with block 2. And then finally, building block 4, an enabling budgetary governance framework. And this is kind of the foundation of the OECD Green Budgeting Framework that they presented last week and that they're currently working on in this Green Working Party grouping. And I'll just move to the 7 principles that kind of fall underneath this that would be what we try and work off and make the RPGs kind of with the non-authoritative guidance help make the information more useful for the green budgeting purposes. So principle 1 is define green in terms of results that are to be achieved. And those of you who are up to date on RPG 3, this might start to seem like something that sounds like something you've seen before, because RPG 3 is really about defining your service performance metrics and then tracking performance against those, which I think if you look at principle 1, it feels like there's quite a bit of alignment there. Principle 2, prioritize on a consistent basis the activities that matter most to achieve climate and environmental goals. I think this is really just look at things that are material. If I put it into financial reporting terms, focus on the big things and the things that move the needle the most. Principle 3, integrate green impacts into all government policies. And this is actually one that I found quite interesting because I think it really speaks to what we're trying to do in themes D&E. And we're trying to make our financial information more useful for more than just financial reporting. So the ultimate way to make our information more useful is to mean that decision makers are actually using it to make decisions, which I would say aligns quite nicely with the aim of principle 3.
And I think that was one thing that came out very clearly in the discussion in the collaborative actually on Tuesday afternoon, was that ministries of finance are struggling to integrate the non-financial and the financial information. And there's quite a discussion about whether tagging lines of expenditure is sufficient or whether you need to go further. And I think that's what this is saying actually reinforces that this is not just an add-on, it's an integral part.
So principle 4, avoid off-budget financing of green initiatives. I think that one's relatively self-explanatory. You want to make sure that things that are financing green initiatives are captured in the budget. Principle 5, leverage existing budgetary frameworks to help implement green budgeting. Maybe not as relevant to our work, but again, if you look at the RPGs as existing guidance and frameworks that already exist that could help with linking financial information to budgetary information, you could make that leap. Establish accountability requirements for the implementation of green initiatives. Again, that's really what RPG 3 and RPG 1 are all about, is accountability for the future finances of government and the delivery of services by governments. And principle 7, align the relevant governmental commitments that apply to budgeting. Don't have much more to add on the principles themselves, other than it really was comforting to me when we've been thinking about this project to see a principled approach on the budget side being applied, because it feels like it'll work with what we will try and do in our narrow scope project. And I think it's well worth the investment of a minor project to start digging into this space, because for a number of reasons. One, the sustainability topic as a whole is a challenging and new topic to the board, but this is an area we'll be addressing it in where the board is more comfortable and has the experience already and guidance to build off of. So it's not a complete blank piece of paper. When you have projects that are new and you're starting from scratch, they tend to take a lot of time when you have nothing to work off of. But because we'd be working off our existing RPG3s and making them useful for the purposes of budgeting, I think it really opens up possibilities to keep this as a manageable project.
The only thing I'd add, I think, before handing over to John for any additional observations, was the Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting session actually brought together a lot of the interest groups, or all the key interest groups, I would say, in this area, in terms of the initial address was from a member of the European Parliament. You also had budget officials, you had independent fiscal councils involved in the discussion. I participated on behalf of IPSASB. We also had a board member from the IASB talking about the sort of ISSB direction of travel for the private sector. So it was very good and lively discussion. And I think it also, brought up some of the practical issues about, this issue about tagging. Is that sufficient, or actually, and this goes back to principle 1, that you really need to have a look at the overall impacts and be clear in that space, rather than adopting a rules-based approach. So I think it really demonstrated this is a very live issue in public financial management. It made the point about needing to link in non-financial and financial measures and the challenges around that. But it all felt like actually quite a natural space to be in, actually. And I think, that was one of the things where I was grateful to John for having involved us in that discussion. So John, perhaps over to you at this stage.
Thank you very much, Ross and Ian, and for your participation in the meeting in Paris last week. I would just like to emphasize that, this is a work in progress, that we're all feeling our way in the best way to approach this. The various things are not mutually exclusive. There has been the focus on green tagging, which was identifying which part of the budgets you can associate with as either pro-green or detrimental to green, whereas the vast majority of the budget is very hard to differentiate like that. There is a great demand from various constituencies for information on what is green in input terms. You need to look at green bonds, the certification with funding that comes from green bonds in that area. But moving beyond that, not necessarily to replace green tagging by any means, but to build on that, are the various principles. And again, as Ross mentioned, these are very much in draft form, and we are seeking comments. Is to focus more on the results. How can you reduce greenhouse gas emissions? What are the most cost-effective ways of doing that from a budgetary standpoint? And differentiating between the various green proposals that come out there in order to find the best ones. So I very much look forward to the discussion here, and we at the OECD would obviously welcome any and all cooperation with you going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And we felt that obviously we were only able to offer the board fairly sketchy details of what might be involved in this when we raised the possibility back in December. As John said, clearly everybody's feeling their way, but this did feel like a potentially very productive area of collaboration and something that was eminently deliverable to a shorter time scale. So helping out, without necessarily getting in the way of the bigger agenda that we need to discuss tomorrow. So we felt it was just useful to give you that additional information as part of the debate today. And I think perhaps at this stage, what we might do is just actually pause for any sort of comments, questions, observations that board members have before we then look at the run of the minor projects and whether we might substitute this for one of the others. So perhaps if I can open up for comments at that stage, and it really, it's just an opportunity for, if you like, for you to kick the tires on this one, because clearly we weren't able to give you a lot of detail in advance. I think a lot became clearer for us who were able to be in Paris last week, but really opportunity to comment at this stage, ask questions, whatever. Yeah, Kamira, kick us off.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation of this initiative on green budgeting. I do remember our discussion on December that originally the idea was that this minor project would focus on the existing RPGs, and especially like to give it a refresh and an update and a rebranding. So to take a look on what we already have in the RPGs and to see how that that guidance could be updated with a sustainability focus. But now what I'm seeing is that we will just limit ourselves on green budgeting. We will not cover all our RPGs, so only a couple of them. So I will be a bit concerned on that. I think green budgeting is indeed interesting, that it's useful, and we should refer on that while working on our minor project. But I do think that it is a good starting point if we begin by analyzing what we already have as guidance and how can that guidance be adapted for the sustainability context, instead of just limiting ourselves on just a small piece on green budgeting. Thanks.
Thanks, Kamira. So then I'll go to Lynn, Lindy, and then to Claudia.
So thanks for the presentation. I think it's important that we add this project to the work programme. I think we need to debate the other minor projects. Now, I'm sure we will return to the other projects. I think when we do...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I just wanted to give members an opportunity just to examine this project before we get into that wider discussion. Sorry to interrupt.
I think we just need to think about our terminology about calling this a minor project. I think once we've decided to add a project to our work programme, we're adding a project, and I think we should drop the major and minor distinction at that point once we've decided to add a project. I also think reputationally, if we come out of this meeting and the headline is we've just added a minor project on sustainability, that doesn't feel the right answer. So I think we should drop minor once we've decided to add projects.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's helpful. Lindy, and then I'll go to Claudia.
Thank you very much. When I started at the Treasury many years ago, I was told in no uncertain terms that it always starts with the budget, and you accountants come second. So I suppose, this does make sense, kind of looking at it from that perspective, because the accounting will naturally follow. In preparing for this meeting, I had some discussions with the budget colleagues, and it is something that we are looking at, green bonds, tagging green expenditure in the budgets and gender-based budgeting. So it is something that is probably quite prevalent in a lot of jurisdictions. So certainly can have discussions and input on that. And I think also what we mustn't forget is it probably links to IPSAS 24 and reporting against the budget. So when we put that take it on and start looking at the project brief, we mustn't forget those linkages, because I think the outcome of that is you would, if you held it publicly accountable for this information, it will be reported in your financials, and we might want to make decisions on the extent to which we want this in or out, or where we want it. So I think there's an important link and maybe a useful one. I think the other thing, and I mean no disrespect, I think we must also be cautious maybe in the wording, and like using the framework, but the OECD is on the pick, so we don't want to look like there's a conflict. So I think we do need to manage how we call it. Maybe, we're using that information and we're using the reference group or the individuals that they have access to. But I think we just need to be careful that there's no perceived, probably isn't a conflict of interest, that there isn't one, a perceived one either, but just in how we drafted the project group and the wording and how we engage with different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindy. So go to Claudia and then to Todd.
Thank you very much. I would like just have a comment to the actual description we have in the work plan regarding the sustainability minor project. I think we should make clear what we plan really to do during the project. When I'm reading it, it says potentially building on the guidance in RPG 3. And when I hear now we are planned to have or to develop implementation guidance, then I get a notion there might be also an IPSAS standard which needs to modify it or have looked into. So I think we should really make clear what the stakeholder can expect from the outcome of the project. If we want or if we plan only to prepare some implementation guidance, I think we should make it clear in the documentation when we respond.
Thanks, Claudia. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And it's about 3:30 a.m. in New Zealand, so I don't know how coherent this will be, but really interesting to hear this presentation, and I'm very supportive of the board doing work in this general space. But I think building on what Lindy was saying, when I sort of look at this, I think we have a budgeting standard in our literature, and then we have a whole lot of standards about, reporting actuals, and then the recommended practice guides move into that more non-financial sort of space, I suppose, or at least two of the three do. And I'm struggling a little bit in terms of just how this relates to RPG, because budgeting is sort of a financial concept. So it probably needs a little bit more thinking from my perspective in terms of how this fits in terms of all of the pronouncements that we have right now. So I'm not necessarily just seeing it as linking to RPGs, but this is quite new to me, and is obviously something that is moving. So we just need to be very conscious of that, I think.
Thanks, Todd. Ross, you want to come back?
Yeah, thanks for all the comments. I would agree. Definitely, there's a lot of thinking that needs to still happen on our side, and the OECD itself still figuring out its framework and its principles. I think we purposely said narrow scope project for a reason. I think we want to keep this narrow. We're having a broad consultation on sustainability and a potential future work stream with sustainability linked projects down the line. The reason I felt comfortable with this project is because it does clearly fit into our current theme C that's on broader financial reporting and the RPGs we have. When I look at these 7 principles and think about the discussion that we observed last week from the Green Budgeting Initiative, the RPGs looked like the right place. for the simple reason that you're talking about changes in metrics to track whether your inputs are doing what you want to do. And that's what service performance reporting is all about. Personally, I don't think we should go anywhere near IPSAS 24 with this project. That standard is not about preparing budget information or any budgetary standards. It's just about whether you publicly make your budget available. You should put it in your financial statements as a reference point. So I don't think it's telling people anything about what they should do in a budget perspective. And I don't think that's our remit. And I don't think we should be going there. And what the project we're putting forward in Theme C in our current strategy would be doing is to make the guidance in the RPGs that's already there relevant to the budget community so that they can use it for their purposes. And at the moment, I think it might not be apparent to others outside this room that this framework exists, could be useful, and how they might use it for, taking forward the green budgeting initiatives. So I think that's really what we're trying to do here. We shouldn't get in front of the fact that we've got a broad consultation on sustainability. There's everything under the sun we could do if we had the resources on sustainability, but we shouldn't do that until we get a little bit further down the line in our bigger consultation.
Thanks, Russ. I think we do need to see this very much in the context of this is about us being, this guidance taking its place in terms of the
Sorry, guys, I think we lost them. The video should be fixing in a few minutes.
any other hands raised. I wonder whether at this stage, unless anybody else has any other questions on this project, again, just like we wanted to give you the opportunity to just ask questions at this stage of the project. It's about discussion about these other projects, which these two other at the moment. So unless I see any other hands raised, I think that's David. Okay. So with that, into the general discussion.
So I don't have a lot to add. It has on just the four the reason we proposed adding a theme C and replacing materiality was for a couple of reasons. One, in the consultation paper, we indicated that we only had capacity to add 6 projects total, and 6 projects based on how we broke them up to 2 major projects and the 4 other projects. So we didn't have capacity to add a 7th project. The reason why we thought materiality should be the one to fall off is because as part of sustainability, we think materiality is going to be revisited more broadly. And as a result, we thought it'd be important to revisit materiality as part of sustainability reporting. As a result, it made sense for that one to fall off from a staff perspective. This wasn't really based on constituent responses because constituents didn't indicate which projects they prioritized or which ones should fall off. This was really from a work plan perspective and what made sense to staff from what was easiest to move forward. So Chair, I'll stop there, and those are the 4 recommendations that staff put forward.
Thanks, Dave. And certainly the recommendation in terms of materiality, I think it's become clearer through the very active debate around the IPSASB and the IASB that is likely to be revisited, and even the nature of the existing practice statement may change. So it does seem from a stakeholder point of view that trying to move forward with a project that was intended to be helpful to prepare us, and then potentially changing that significantly in the not too distant future was not actually going to be particularly helpful for them. So it was better to hold off on that until there is some greater clarity about how the topic is likely to develop, and clearly there's audit perspectives on this and so on. So it really doesn't seem to make sense at this time to move into this space. Okay, so open up for comments then on those proposed 4 other projects. Scott, kick us off, and then I'll go to Claudia next. I'm not hearing you, Scott. So have we got a mic problem? Do you want to try again, Scott?
Can you hear me
Can
now?
I try Claudia just for a moment, just to see if it's a general problem or whether it's a specific problem with Scott? Claudia, would you mind just trying to do your intervention, and I'll come back to Scott?
Yeah, see if you can hear me then.
Yeah, a bit muffled, but I can hear. I can hear you. Go. Try going ahead, Scott.
Okay, let me try. I've changed microphones. Maybe this will work a little better. My question is, when we first started these minor projects, we were going to fit them in wherever we could. So understanding sustainability does have a certain urgency to it. Can you comment a little bit about how you see in that fit? I think the urgency here takes a little difference than the other 3 minor projects.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Dave, do you want to pick that up?
So Scott, 2 comments. One, I think I agree with you. When we first developed the consultation paper, I think there was, we would fit the minor projects in when we have time, whereas I think it's evolved a little to consultation versus non-consultation. So I think it's more kind of how long the projects would take. To your point though, Scott, I think without getting ahead of the board, I think sustainability would be a priority and would be the first one that the IPSASB would move ahead on.
Okay, and that is clearly a difference to the broader debate. This is something that could go ahead relatively quickly, is the idea, without prejudicing that broader debate. Okay, so if I can go to Claudia next.
Personally, I would suggest that I prefer to have the materiality minor project left in the scope, because the materiality we are looking forward in this project was based on the IFRS actual interpretation of materiality. We had jumped or switched the improvements what I have made for our standards. I think 2 years ago, we said it have to be going to a project instead of just an improvement project. The IRSB inputs for the sustainability reporting might have other issues, is another source, and maybe we could come back to the materiality at that time when we are knowing what is required for this sustainability project. Personally, I would delete the intangible assets, the IPSAS 31 update, because when we talk about sustainability, at first I would think about emission rights, IFRIC 3. IFRIC 3 is no longer in place. It was, ESB has deleted this interpretation. So when we start with intangible asset, I would suspect or expect as a stakeholder, we will also solve the issue about the emission rights. So that's why I think the field of possible open updates needed for the intangible assets is broader than we might be thought.
Thanks, Claudia. So I'll go to Lynn, Lindy, and then Camira.
I think Lindy was actually first, but I just so I was going to make a similar point to Claudia. We did have the materiality practice statement proposed 2 years ago as part of the improvements. We decided that we wouldn't include it, but we would have a project. I think now to not have a project when actually we are both not aligned to where the IASB are on it, and actually having a project might help us think about materiality in a wider context as well. So it might help us move materiality discussion forward from a public sector specific status. And I too would suggest that if we were going to do that, then it would be the project on intangibles that I would propose not doing.
Can I just make the point on materiality? There is a huge debate going on generally on this. It is a very active debate in terms of sustainability. In terms of these projects, they're intended not to tie up huge amounts of board resources for long-term periods. And I would very strongly counsel the board not to go into this space at this point in time. You know, and I do make that recommendation on the basis of a number of discussions within the standard setting community. You know, yes, I'm not denying it's important, but I think we've actually managed without guidance on materiality in our suite of standards for 25 years now. And I really think that we've got to think very carefully about whether we want to commit resources at a time when this is a very active and fast-moving area. So I really think that this is something that we should, I'm not saying that it's not important, but I am saying if we want to use our resources effectively, this is not a good place to put them at the moment. There are plenty of other things where we could actually fill gaps in the guidance, which we are being criticised for. So if you look at the European debates on IPSASB 31, that was one of the standards where there are clearly gaps in the guidance at the moment. So you know, that's why I make the recommendation very strongly that this is not a place to put resources at the moment, because it will eat time up and it will be very hard to land at the moment at a time when it's moving both in financial reporting and sustainability reporting. And we really don't know where that debate is going to go to at the moment. So, okay, Lynn, you come back on that, but I just, you know, I think we really have to be very, very careful about where we use our resources at the moment.
So I think even if we ended up with a project that was just about bringing the materiality practice statement in, that would, to my view, when I look at what our constituents said, would deliver more than what's being proposed. It was when I look at the constituents' responses.
I understand that, but you know, and I don't wish to, you know, I mean, I have had discussions with ISB about this, and practice statement 2 may not survive in its current phase that much longer. And that's the point in terms of, is it actually really a good use of time to actually spend time on looking at this from a public sector perspective, only then to find that that guidance changes in nature or is withdrawn. So, you know, I mean, we can reconfirm that, but informally, that is what I understand may happen. So, okay, I'll carry on taking comments. So, Lindy next.
Thank you. So I accept that. I think the challenge we have, though, is that our conceptual framework materiality is a constraint. And in the IASB's one's materiality is a subset of relevance. So even if we took on practice statement 2, we couldn't just take it as it is. We still have to think about materiality in terms of our own conceptual framework and from a public sector perspective. I still think it is an important project for us to do, but I wouldn't recommend that we just start from practice statement 2. I think there could be other documents, or we would have to develop it from our own conceptual framework and how we have crafted them. I think at the same time, I think the ISB is also relooking at intangibles, and that could also be a new standard. So I think everything we take on is going to be a major project. I mean, coming into this meeting, I was thinking, well, what would be the impact for us as a board? For me, would have been, okay, we do something on sustainability. We do need to address materiality and leave everything else. Because I don't know, you know, in terms of, the impairment standard, I think it's going to be difficult. We need to finish that one, and I don't know if that's something that's a major project to deal with. IPSAS 31, the IPSAS 33, we've now got guidance on the pathways to accrual. Is it so critical for us to tackle that now? So I guess it's quite difficult to say, oh, let's have these when staff come on board, but I think these are all very big. So yeah, still was on the materiality camp and sustainability, but yeah. I think the other thing, and I wasn't sure where to bring it, I think it would be useful to understand the staff and, there's new staff coming on board and what the capacity is, because it's also quite difficult if you don't know. We know who's currently working on projects and what their capacity is, but it's also quite difficult to see, well, what we could take on, if we don't see what the staff availability and capacity is as well. Thanks.
So I'll take comments from Kamira and then Liang, and then Ross, perhaps you can make a few observations of where we got to at that stage.
Thanks, Chair, and I apologize if I am asking something that was already discussed because we lost the connection for a few minutes. Similar to what Claudia and Lynn mentioned in terms of materiality, and taking into consideration what you explained, Ian, I think it's important that in the paper that we write, we justify very well why we are leaving materiality out, especially because also the statistics as we are presenting as outcome of the roundtables, the materiality topic was like the second in ranking after IPSAS 33. So we really need to be very convincing in our arguments why we are leaving materiality out. And also another argument against that is that, okay, even if there's a bigger discussion on materiality in the context of sustainability, if we keep that as a minor project in our work program, it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to start right away on this. So this year or even the next, but at least to have it in the work program. So just to take also those perspectives when developing the arguments to justify the exclusion of materiality. Thanks.
Thanks, Kamira. Liang.
Thanks, Chair. I agree to remove materiality project at this moment from the work program, but I just want to raise because I think the sustainability project we will discuss tomorrow will be, I think it will be a big project and which may involve quite a lot of resources. So I just wonder whether we have sufficient resources to deal with all of these minor projects as raised here. Actually, I share the same concern as Lindy just she said just now. I think the intangible asset and the impairment project, both of them will be big projects. So I have doubts whether we have sufficient resources to deal all of them. Maybe we can consider to remove another one from the work program. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Liang. So Ross, perhaps you can just make a few observations about resources. And, I think we probably need to remind ourselves about what was intended in terms of the project on IPSAS 21, which would be basically picking up changes where there will be inconsistencies in the standards between the final measurement standard and that one. And similarly, the limited scope, because you're right, Lindy, about IPSAS 31. There is an intention to have a broader project from ISB that's likely going to take a number of years to come through. So the idea is to deal with it, potential inconsistencies from ED 78, where we're revising IPSAS 17, and also to take the opportunity to add implementation guidance in one or two areas. So it's not a broad project and it's not the final word. Ross.
Firstly, I'd just say it was an interesting discussion, I think, to hear the different perspectives. So thanks for sharing that. I'll start first with resources. And we do have 2 new staff who've recently joined, and we're getting them up to speed and getting onto projects, but there is a learning curve. So, they won't be taking on full steam, individual challenging projects right off the hop, but within time, they will be stepping into leading their own projects. And we will have resources come available. So if everyone looks to agenda 3.3.1, you'll see the extreme amount of white space in the work program in the far right corner. If we achieve on our current projects anywhere near our current timeframes, we're going to have significant resources, and we need committed projects to be available. Now, if you go back to the consultation paper and you look at the minor projects that we'd proposed, and take that people aren't overly happy with calling it minor anymore, but we called it minor for a reason. And that was because from a resource perspective, we don't anticipate a consultation paper. Thereby, we can do those with less resources, and while other bigger projects are out for comment when we have gaps in the work program. That's always been the design. That's what's in the consultation paper, and that's in our thinking. At the time we have those resources, it'll be up to the board to prioritize which of the committed projects it wants to initiate and take forward from that group of 4 or however many it decides to add through the work program consultation. And I should also remind the board too that we're probably 6 to 8 months away from starting our next strategy consultation as well, which will again require thinking again about the work program. So this isn't the last chance to think about the projects for the next period. And when we do it from a strategy perspective, we'll be looking at it from 2024 through probably 2029 and working out the work program, looking at resources, thinking about the various strategic themes of the board's work and where we're going to put resources in. So, I think we're always in the position where there's lots of important work we could be doing, but the hardest part is probably what you're trying to do now is prioritize what we should be doing with the limited resources we have. I think what's clear from this is that the sustainability minor project, other project, whatever you want to call it, is probably the most urgent of the minor projects. And I think it's probably clear that will be the one that goes first from that bucket of projects, and probably the one that goes first from all of the projects we're adding. And that we'll start moving that forward almost immediately. And then as we get more resources, we'll look at the other committed projects and decide which should be next based on balance in the work program, staff resources, and board resources. So those are just, some thoughts and responses to observing the discussion, but I think it is the right discussion, and, happy to hear the different perspectives around the board on this important issue.
Thanks, Ross. So, clearly we've got quite a variety of views around the board. I think we need to carry on the debate in terms of the projects and to hear from some of the members that we haven't heard from up till now. Picking up on your comment that you just made, Ross, I think maybe the way through on this might be to say, does anybody disagree that we should pick up the project on sustainability reporting, just the narrow scope one, not prejudicing the discussion we're going to have tomorrow? And that is without prejudice to any of the other projects that we may either decide to pick up or we may decide not to at this stage. But I think in terms of priorities at the moment, I'd just like to hear our people agreed that we should take forward the sustainability project, and then we'll come back to hearing members' comments about the other projects and whether we should pick those up at this stage or not. So can I hear comments in terms of whether we should pick up sustainability at this stage? regardless of what we do with the other projects. And perhaps I go to Hervé Adrien first on this specific point, and then I go to Mari after that.
Yes, thank you. On this point, I wanted to add to the comments made on I mean, differentiating major projects, minor projects. It is very clear now that the sustainability project is no longer a minor project. It is a major project, and we are currently on the verge to adopting and taking on board 3 major projects, including the sustainability reporting standards project. Because it's in the trend. I mean, it is both symbolically, it's in the trend of many intergovernmental bodies, professional bodies, standard setters, and also in the analysis of the responses we got. So can we afford to take on board 3 major projects and additionally what we would call minor projects? I don't think so. So currently, I would support that we take on board that sustainability project because it is going to be a major project, both from a symbolic point of view and for the need to allot resources, staff resources to it, and the board members' commitment to it.
Okay, thanks, Hervé Adrien. I mean, I think just to be clear on the definition of the projects, I mean, we're going to have a broader discussion tomorrow about sustainability reporting in its much broader sense. The project that we're talking about at the moment actually is essentially, unless there is something that comes out, just essentially guidance on applying RPG 1 and RPG 3. But I take your point in terms of importance. So anyway, with those observations, I will go to Renee and then David. Oh, sorry, actually I said I would take Mari first. So Mari, if I can go to you, and then I'll go to Renee and then to David.
Thank you. Sustainability reporting is a so significant project from my point of view, and the sustainability from the perspective of environment and climate has increasingly significant. And I am not sure this project is regarded as a major project or minor project. It is the concern of the approach. The RPG 1 relates the long-term fiscal sustainability. Information includes projected inflows and outflows related to the provision of goods and service. And based on the green budget concept of green budgeting, we can incorporate the concept of green budgeting into this RPG 1 and RPG 3. So we have to start the project. It is so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. So if I can go to Renee and then to David, and then Patricia after that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Totally agree that we should be taking on a sustainability project. I agree also with comments that have been said so far. Sustainability reporting, this whole topic is extremely broad and significant. And I think it's the right approach to take an iterative approach. It has to be an iterative approach. We can't tackle this complex topic all at once. And I think we need to allow ourselves also the time and the room to evolve our thinking along what will be I think a long-term journey. And leveraging existing RPGs, to me, is a really great place to start. For many reasons that have already been expressed today. We're leveraging existing public sector guidance in that space. We're outside the financial statements. We're dealing with a financial statement topic, the natural resource. So we're inside the financial statements with this project. And now with this one, we're going into the outside the financial statements. I think it's a great way to have those two projects in parallel. I do acknowledge the difficulty in deciding how we manage our resources. I am not going to assume that I know the answer. I think that it's going to be to pick the lesser evil. It's not going to feel comfortable to let go of those other topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. David, and then to Patricia after that.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I would support doing this project on the sustainability, linking in with the OECD work. The board has discussed or been prompted, I think, many times over the last 2 years, if not longer. I seem to think it came up at the last Public Sector Standard Setters Forum that sustainability is important. I think we have heard many times over the last couple of years, as I say, that the IPSASB would look very silly if we didn't respond to some of the concerns of stakeholders. And actually, with this one, we seem to have been given something that's relatively straightforward to do in a relatively quick time. And so therefore we can actually win a few brownie points fairly quickly. So I would support doing it. On staff resources, though, I think I would actually leave staff resourcing issues to the Programme and Technical Director and the Deputy Director to resolve, and then come to the board with proposals. I don't think the board members are in a position to be able to prejudge those.
Thank you, David. So I go to Patricia and then to Lucy.
Thank you. In my view, sustainability is an important thing, but it's a major project and not minor. Include the production of the implementation guidance of RPG 3 and 1, because it's not so challenging and difficult to in the first place establish the metrics and then to relate the metrics with the financial statements. Especially because in some countries, the budget is based on cash and not accrual based. Because of this, I think we need to be careful about how to evaluate the time necessary to produce relevant and quality documents about the sustainability. And another point, I think it's, for me, it's confusing for now how to the relationship between some actions in relation to sustainability, specifically in this case, the implementation guidance about RPG and the consultation paper that you'll be discussed tomorrow. I think it's important to communicate in a clear way constituents. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think that challenge in terms of communication, I think we're seeing that in our discussion now, and certainly we need to be clear with our stakeholders when we communicate back to them what we've decided. So if I can then go to Lucy and then to Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also would like to support that we push through with the sustainability reporting project, because I think this is the first project that we really have under Theme C in our present strategy strategic plan. And it's, if we go back to the consultation paper that we have issued, we said that there is really an increased focus on sustainability reporting, and there is much expectation of the board to come up with reporting guidelines, sustainability reporting guidelines that would be applicable to the public sector, because there are already progresses in the private sector, and it seems that we have to cope with the we have to cope to all address the demands of the public sector. And if we refer to the SDG, which is only which are attainable by 2030, we only have like 9 years, 10 years to go, and there should be we should be able to create impact on the in the public sector entities impact in the implementation of the SDG. On the other projects that we have proposed, the other projects that we would like to take minor projects. I think we have to go back to the constituents' responses on their priorities, on their preferences, preferences of which project should be prioritized by. I think the statistics would really give us an idea which project to prioritize. But I also understand that even if materiality is next to IPSAS 33, there is an emerging emerging issue that we have to prioritize, which is sustainability reporting. And I would like to support also the comments of the other members that this is no longer a minor project. I agree with Lynn's recommendation that we drop the categories of projects from major and minor, because it could only be maybe on the prioritization of the projects based on the they are all important projects, and we just have to be guided by the responses of our constituents. Where earlier we were discussing which of the two major projects would be prioritized. I think agreeing that sustainability reporting is not a minor project, it's a major project, and therefore, in terms of prioritization, I think this is the first priority that we should take, next to financial statements, presentation of financial statements. So I think we just have to balance also the accomplishment of the board when it comes to our strategic strategy, so that this sustainability, as I have mentioned, sustainability reporting would be our project under Theme C. Theme C, because we don't have yet any project for 2019 to 2023 under this theme. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Just before going to Scott, I think we have to be incredibly clear for ourselves and then for our constituents that what we are looking at here is implementation guidance for two existing standards. We are not, repeat, not taking on responsibility for broader sustainability reporting guidance. That is the subject of the Advancing Public Sector Sustainability Consultation. We've been very clear, absolutely clear, that we are not making a decision on that. It is not within our remit at the moment to do that. That is what the consultation is about. So we have to be very, very, very clear in order to avoid prejudicing the outcome of that. And there are comments about resourcing and so on in the sustainability CP that we'll talk about tomorrow. So this is a narrow scope project looking at implementation guidance just to RPG and RPG3 and RPG1 that we're talking about at the moment. So I'm sorry to labour that point, but I think we absolutely have to say that we are not taking a decision at the moment about picking up broader sustainability reporting guidance. It's just the specific tight, narrow scope project, however you decide to call it, that we take on under our financial reporting work in Theme C. So if I can go to Scott, then Todd, then Abdullah.
Thank you, Ian. Hope you can hear me this time. Yes, I'm supportive of the sustainability project. And just building off what you just said, Ian, it doesn't matter what the outcome is tomorrow. We need to educate ourselves about sustainability. And to me, I see this through the budgeting lens as a way to start the educational process. So I see this as an area we need to go into. Doesn't matter what the decision tomorrow is about. I think this is an area that we need to go in to help inform ourselves about this topic.
Thank you, Scott. Todd, and then Abdullah. Adrian, are you still in? Okay, so I'll come to you after Abdullah, if that's okay.
Thanks, Ian. And I'm just reflecting on the context in which we're having this conversation. And we have gone out with a consultation document and we've got feedback. And that feedback that's come in says we need to do something in this space. So I think we would be deaf not to take on a minor project. I like the fact that what is suggested is linking to existing material of the board. So that makes a lot of sense to me. And when it all boils down, it is being linked to recommended practice guidance, not to standards that we have set in the board. So I think it is probably the right step for us to be taking in terms of the feedback that we have got on this document. So very supportive of carrying out this more limited scope or minor project in this space.
Thanks, Todd. So go to Abdullah, then Adrian, then Nima.
Thank you. I had 3 comments. The first one is I'm in support of the sustainability to dedicate. Second one, you answered that what would be the outcome, expected outcome of our involvement in there, and you took care of it. When you talked about what it would be the outcome of our engagement in there. The third one is about the other projects. So to take out materiality, I would want to be more objective in how we started this, why did we suggest these 6 projects, and how we labeled them as major, minor, and tied that with resources available or blanket resources available, then see the impact out of these projects. Then based on that, we come up with a more objective view on how to proceed with it.
Okay, thanks, Abdullah. If I go to Adrian and then to Nima, and then I'll sum up on where I think we've got to at the moment.
Thank you, Ian. Well, it's just an observation. I fully concur with what has been said by everybody on the subject. I think Rene was right to say that it's going to be an iterative project, and if we start, as we all understand, by leveraging the RPGs from a sustainability perspective, we are pulling a string that could become a rope, a cable, something bigger than we probably, some of us could probably expect, but we shouldn't be mistaken on that. We are starting low, but we are going far on that. We will go far. And probably the PIC could blame us if we were going far, because we wouldn't act appropriately and in a timely manner in the interest of the public. So this was what the only point I wanted to make last time I took the floor. We start low, we start little, but we will go very far, and we will probably have to go very far.
That's a very good opening for the discussion tomorrow, but you're right. And we just have to be really, really careful how we manage it. Nima.
I think if Adrian has said it, I support the project. We might not know where we'll be ending, but it's a good project to start with. Thank you.
So if I sum up where we've got to, I think I'm hearing support from members that just in the context of the this narrow scope application guidance, however we style it to RPG 3 in particular, potentially RPG 1, that it is appropriate to add that to our work programme for all the reasons that have been articulated by members. And I think we need to be very clear in our communication about the nature of the project, why we've taken it on, and the limits of it, particularly when if we're communicating this decision, it's going to come out alongside that broader consultation on advancing public sector sustainability reporting. And I think that's where, comments from a number of members, but Hervé Adrienne's right, that's a, potentially this is a very big area, and we just have to be clear that this is a baby step into that potentially can provide some short-term help to colleagues and ministries of finance. But we have to be very clear that we're waiting to see what people come back and tell us on the bigger picture. And that's the discussion that we'll have tomorrow. Now, bearing in mind, we are due a break at this point in time. I think if we're content that we take that decision, that we add that, then we need to come back to which, if any, of the other projects do we decide to take on at the moment. And that's what I propose, that we come back and decide how we approach those after we've had the opportunity to have a stretch, have a coffee, have some food, and then we'll see where we go on that. And we'll take more comments from members at that stage. Thanks, everyone. So thanks everyone. Apologies for being slightly late coming back. Actually taking advantage of the physical board meeting arrangements here in New York to be able to just take time out with Lindy as deputy chair and the team and decide how we, or formulate some proposals on how we use our time. So in terms of the discussion during the last session, I think what all of us were hearing is strong concerns from board members in terms of resources, in terms of the projects that we've already agreed to put on the work programme, how would those track forward, and therefore what is the scope in terms of any additional projects, however we describe them, minor, narrow scope, whatever. And so in terms of sort of talking it through, and I'll ask Ross if he wants to add to this summary, is we have agreed that we will take on the two major projects on primary financial statements and differential reporting. We've already agreed that we will take on the limited scope, narrow scope project to add sustainability guidance to RPG3 and RPG1. We are already committed to running a consultation this year on sustainability reporting, advancing sustainability reporting. So looking at the work programme, those would all go on the work programme. And to the point in terms of, well, when would we actually start the two major projects, we would need to start the scoping phase, and that is the start of the project, around about the time of the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum. That would be a key input to it. Timing to be thought about then in terms of what would then be involved in you know, developing the project briefs for those two projects. And certainly I know that there's academic research, for example, that's relevant to both of those. There's practical experience and so on. So what we need to do is actually allow staff time to go forwards and think what the you know, the implications of that would be. So in terms of the other projects, I'm not proposing that we take any decisions today. I think we need to hear from staff shortly on what were the original deliberations on those projects, what was actually intended. I think it's worth reminding ourselves of that in terms of scope, formulation, etc. What need were they intended to address, all those kinds of things. And what our stakeholders have said in terms of those proposed projects. And that will be where we get to today. So I'll take any comments, clarifications from board members in terms of what staff has said. Staff will then have a look at what's been said, what the possible options are in terms of adding projects that would go forwards during the 2023 time period. And that will come back for additional discussion with the board on Friday, and we'll see where we go at that stage. So that's the proposed way forward in terms of how we use the time and how we might move this forward. So if everyone's okay with that, then probably this is the point that I hand back to staff and check with Ross that I haven't misrepresented anything. And then we'll go back to Dave just to remind us about the process that we've travelled, what the projects were intended to be, and what our stakeholders have said.
I don't have anything to add, Ian. I think that's a good representation of where I think the discussion went today. And I think, you know, when stepping back and hearing what the board had to say based on the papers and their thoughts and looking at the work program, I think there was a lot of concern about capacity, how much we could do with the many things we need to finish on the work program, the balance on bringing in additional items. And I think it's clear that sustainability is a big undertaking for the board and for the staff and for our constituents, and that we should give it the space it needs on the work program in 2022. to do that, and that we agreed the major projects are important and need to come on, had strong support from our constituents. And then, as Ian said, we'll bring back on Friday a little bit more on those other projects and some thinking on 2023 and beyond, and present to the board then, so the board has a better basis to make a decision.
That'd be Adrian.
Maybe on Friday, you could also add, for the better information of the board members, the position of the CAG, provided the CAG had a position on the issue. Because Thomas is not attending today. I would have asked Thomas, but and I don't see anywhere in the document any comment or what a final position of the CAG on the issue.
So I can give KEG comments as I go through, because we talked about it with the KEG in December. I'm happy to provide that as part of our stakeholder feedback when I go through it in a few minutes.
But just to be clear, the CAG does not have a formal group position on it. It's a group of individuals. So we get feedback from individuals, which is provided to the board. So they don't have a formal position on anything. So yeah, so it's not like they have a view on this is their ranking order or anything like that. We've had input from them, certainly. And as you say, Thomas will be here, so we can draw on comments from Thomas.
So as Ian alluded to, what I will do is I'll spend a few minutes going back through the process that we followed when the IPSASB identified the projects to consult on. I will spend a few minutes going through the four other projects, just reminding members what the original focus of those projects was. And then I'll go through stakeholder feedback, and then I think I'll turn it back over to the chair to hear member comments so we can bring recommendations back to you on Friday. So I put the due process slide back up, and I'll really just focus on the first box, the half one 2021. And the way the process worked was in March of last year, like I said, we broke up into breakout groups representing each region or four of the regions. And the projects that were discussed came from two sources. One was the 2019 through 2023 strategy work program. We had a long list of projects that were attached as an appendix, and we brought all those to the board so they could redeliberate them or see what was discussed as part of the strategy. And then we also brought information back from the regional roundtables that were accompanying the development of that strategy and the rollout of that strategy when we asked constituents what they prioritized. So all that information was brought back to board members and the breakout groups. And from that, each breakout group discussed the projects, prioritized within their own groups. And then we brought that back to the larger IPSASB to discuss. And like I said, again, I remember this very fondly because it helped me write the paper. Consensus was reached very quickly within each of those groups and then more broadly within the IPSASB. So what was prioritized within each of the regional breakout groups was also prioritized more broadly within the IPSASB. From there, we wrote the consultation paper. It went to the KEG so that they could take a look and went back to the regional breakout groups. And then the IPSASB approved the document in June of last year. So looking at the right-hand side of this slide, I'll focus on the minor projects. The first one, the top left, is IPSAS 21, impairment of non-cash generating assets. The reason why this was an important project is because, and this is going back a few years, but as part of the measurement project, we started discussing value in use and how we could make changes to that as part of the measurement project. And it felt very quickly that scope was expanding very quickly on staff in the IPSASB, and it was growing the size of the project. So what we thought the most reasonable way forward was to split out any changes to value and use and potentially any changes of the public sector measurement basis that the IPSASB was developing and do that as part of a separate project. So it was a very I know it could be bigger, but it's a very narrow focus on IPSAS 21 as it relates to the public sector measurement basis when an impairment occurs. So it wasn't more broad on actual impairment factors or anything like that. The second project was IPSAS 31 intangible assets. The reason why this was prioritized by the IPSASB was for two reasons, and the scope of this project was, again, focused on two areas. The first was coming out of the measurement project. Again, current operational value or the public sector measurement basis, because we were making changes to IPSAS 17, property, plant, and equipment, and proposing current operational value should be included there. The IPSASB also had limited discussions whether that proposal should be extended to IPSAS 31. Again, not to slow down the measurement project and really to focus on IPSAS 17. The IPSASB decided this should be broken out as a separate limited scope project. So part of the IPSAS 31 limited scope update was to consider whether the public sector measurement basis also applied to intangible assets. The other side of IPSAS 31, and the reason this was put on, is there was a link seen between IPSAS 31 and natural resources. The natural resource project right now really focused on physical assets, but there was some discussion as to whether intangible assets could also exist. So that was the second leg of the IPSAS 31 project. With regards to the green circle, IPSAS 33, first time adoption of accrual-based IPSAS. This was part of, at least in my view, the broader support to constituents in adopting and applying IPSAS. This is obviously the first standard that's applied when you're moving to IPSAS and constituents' first step into IPSAS. And the IPSASB thought this was a good opportunity to look at ways to help with the adoption of IPSAS. So that was the reason that where the IPSASB considered revisiting IPSAS 33. And then finally, the blue circle started at least as an alignment project with the IFRS project, the practice statement on making materiality judgments. It didn't go much beyond that, except to say that we committed to doing something a few years earlier as part of the improvement project, and this was a way to bring it on. So that's where I wanted to go with projects. I'll move into responses, and what we heard was when I look at my actual responses, we asked two questions. Do you agree with the major projects and the minor projects? Specifically, as it relates to the minor projects, and the way I classified this, we had 63% of respondents that agreed with the minor projects. And when I classify for agree, those are pure agrees, so they have no other suggestions. We had 32% that was partially agreed when I classified them, related to those that agreed, but often suggested adding another project. And that added to 95% of individuals or constituents that supported what we proposed. As it relates to the CAG, as Ian mentioned, we have 25 members and sometimes, but not always, sometimes 25 different views. I would say that the CAG, in my view at least, echoed what our respondents said. They strongly supported what we put forward. There were some different views on what could be added, and I shouldn't even say instead, but what else could be added. The one point that I really took away from the CAG, and it's already been discussed by the board, is that don't miss sustainability reporting. This is an opportunity for the IPSASB to get ahead of it, and that was the real takeaway that came from the CAG discussions in December. This is, I guess, a little unhelpful, but there was no consistency in what constituents thought could be added as a project outside of what was proposed. So I just put a slide up that shows other suggestions that were made by respondents. And you can see that 42% suggested sustainability. But after that, outside of what was proposed, there's no consistency in the proposals. So Chair, I'll stop there unless there's anything else you wanted me to touch on.
Thanks, Dave. I think that's a helpful sort of summary of the, if you like, the journey we've travelled over the last year or so, and what we've been told. And I think at this stage, obviously, you know, we need to decide what if anything we're going to do with those four, as we badge them, minor projects. And I don't propose to go into the rights and wrongs, because I think I come back to the point that was made very strongly by members. We have to think about resourcing, and you know, there are questions about if we commit to something and then we don't deliver on something for a few years, how does that look, and how does it then possibly lead into the or interface with the strategy and work program consultation that we're going to be launching, etc. So I think we need to understand the resourcing situation, etc. But I just thought it was useful, to rehearse that, and also to offer members an opportunity just to ask any questions that they've got, or concerns, additional concerns that they want to raise, for staff to take away before coming back to the discussion on Friday. So if I can open the floor for comments at this stage, questions, etc. I'm not seeing hands raised virtually or flags coming up in the room. Are there any points anybody wants to make in addition to the discussion that we've already had today? Abdullah.
This is a point that I want to share, just like as a practitioner. If you ask me last year what standard or minor project you would want me to take, I would say IPSAS 33. Today, I would say related party transaction, because it depends on what time I am project. That's what I want to share.
Thanks, Abdullah. And certainly that the existing standard is one of the ones where it could potentially be looked at, because we're not up to date, for example, with the latest changes to the relevant IFRS. And that was potentially one of the projects in the theme that we could have taken forward under theme B. Does also neatly show that as a global board, different people want different things at different points in time. So thank you as a practitioner for pointing that out. I mean, it's interesting, anecdotally. I mean, Ross, I think you had a discussion on IPSAS 33 at the at OECD last week. I don't know if you want to just sort of relay that.
Yeah, I don't want to get into too much details because it was just a private conversation, but a particular jurisdiction was commenting on their adoption of IPSAS experience, and they just used IPSAS 33. And I took the opportunity to ask if there were any specific challenges they had in using the standard. And they said that they didn't actually have any problems with the standard, except they found the relief exemptions of 3 years too short, because they were trying to do the whole move to accrual in that exemption period, the 3 years. And my comment back was that an accrual process, generally IPSAS 33 should come at the end. It shouldn't be the starting point. And that's actually not a problem with the standard. It's other material around it, like pathways to accrual, that helps people set out a realistic plan to move to accrual. So I don't think giving 5 years or 6 years would actually solve that problem, because every jurisdiction needs more or less time.
Thanks, Ross. Mike, to you, and then to Adrian.
I had a small comment on that discussion between intangibles and maturity. Well, but this is practical observation as an auditor. We have basically two sets of standards: one auditing standards, one accounting standards. If we should decide, at the moment, I think we would, let's say, take into intangibles, because on materiality we have already detailed guidance according to international auditing standards. I know it's not the same auditing standards, accounting standards, but that ISA 320, that is our basic rule, and there we have something so that it's not so important from the auditor's perspective.
Thanks, Mike. Adrian.
It's just an observation, considering the list of additional topics that respondents spontaneously added to our list. And as a public auditor, I recognize a number of issues that they might have with auditors in the interpretation of IPSAS or standards or whatever. For instance, related parties disclosure, a number of other issues. There are issues that have some ambiguities or difficulties in interpreting the standards, and this is exactly, I mean, a mirror of what I've seen in many situations with auditees.
Thanks, Adrian. And I think the comments that we've had show actually that we are moving into a new phase of our work as more jurisdictions are using IPSAS either directly or indirectly. The more these kind of questions around the application of the existing guidance and also inconsistencies within the existing guidance will come to the fore. So, you know, necessarily this is moving us into a new phase in our work, where we are going to have to take a step back. And I think certainly we are going to have to think how we address this in the next strategy. There's no doubt about it. It is going to be a challenge for us. Additional thoughts and comments on that we need to factor into how we move forward with this. Todd, I realise it's 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in New Zealand. Anything you'd like to or feel capable of adding at this stage?
No, nothing from me, and it's 5:20 a.m. Just about time to get up.
Was that a material understatement on my behalf there? Mary.
Yes, thank you. From the importance of the non-financial information, has become greater. So from my point of view, conceptual framework review should be needed. The more and more non-financial information and what is the operational capacity or the financial capacity and non-financial value. It is important. It will become important from my point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Anything else anybody else wants to add in terms of today's discussion? So, Ross, I think just to return to you, if I may, in terms of the summary I started the session with, are you content that you've got sufficient now in terms of bringing back further thoughts and options to the board for Friday?
Yes, I think I am. And I guess maybe I'll just clarify what I intend to bring back, or what me and Dave together will bring back. So on Friday, I'll bring back an updated work program reflecting the decisions we've actually made on the major projects and the sustainability CP, plus the Theme C narrow scope project on, I can't remember exactly what we're calling it, but I'll clarify that in that. And I'll have some indicative timelines. I'll also have the other changes that we agreed this morning in the session shown on that updated work program. And then we'll bring back staff proposals on the remaining minor projects on either how those might be worked into the 2022-2023 work program or not, and basis for that, so that the board has a clear rationale and thinking from staff on what's being recommended, so it helps them make a decision whether they agree or disagree and would like to see changes.
Okay, thanks, Ross. Everyone content with that summary and are clear what is going to come back on Friday? Okay, so I think with that, we will conclude today's session. Interestingly, anecdotally, in moving back into the in-person meetings, but with a hybrid attendance option, I think we fit the pattern that some discussions are taking shorter than others. So I think no embarrassment that we're finishing slightly early, probably relief from Todd's part in New Zealand. In terms of tomorrow, obviously tomorrow is a private session for the board. Technical advisors, observers, you can use tomorrow as appropriate. And then we will resume the public part of the meeting on Wednesday, when we will be talking about the next stage of the leases project and also revenue and transfer expenses. So thanks everyone for the discussions today. I hope you enjoy the rest of today, however you're planning to use that. Thanks very much.